a direct consent from the people. It always has to be about what the people want. And we've seen it over the past few years where policies that oftentimes would be beneficial to you, people don't want to see that happen. And that's why representation mattered. A good example, before I got into the legislature, before I got into politics, I kept wondering, why are some of our counterparts not extending healthcare in Georgia? And I'm going to be brutally honest with you all. The reason why, being in the legislature now and knowing what's going on, the reason why is that when the environment is so convenient, when you extend healthcare like with the Medicaid, if you understand the way the Medicaid works, the federal government pays for 90% of that. When you enroll, the federal government pays for 90% of that, and all the state has to pay for is just a small portion, 10% of that. And the state of Georgia intentionally decided not to be a part of that, not just because they don't want to associate with Democrat policies. I guess we've got a Republican governor, and I'm being partisan, and I'll do my best not to be. But what I found being in the legislature is that when the environment is so conducive, people move out here, and when people move out here and you have a better life, you tend to stay in Georgia, and they don't want that. Over the last 5 years, 500,000 people moved to Georgia, and Brian Kemp is getting frustrated about that because what he found was 70% of those people, those 500,000, are either black and brown folks. And when the environment is so convenient, people move over here and they don't want to see that happen. And that's just a fact. They don't want healthcare to be here. Um, and that's why representation matters, because you would have legislators every day, my colleagues and I, we're fighting for that. We're making sure that not only do we have healthcare, but we also want to make sure that minimum wage is something that businesses pay. There's been a lot of legislation that's been introduced to increase the minimum wage. Our goal is to make life be convenient. And I personally believe that when we make life affordable for people, in my opinion, it doesn't really take away from anyone. It does not take away from anyone. And when we invest in those policies, we're investing in the people. So it's not a waste of money. It's not giving benefits to make people be lazy. It is actually investing in our people. And when you do that, you see fewer crimes. You see people being productive. You see the workforce shortage that we experienced during COVID. When you invest in communities like technical colleges, we would mitigate and resolve most of the problems that we have in society today. And that's why I think representation matter, and that's why I do what I do, and that's why I hope to continue to do that.
Excellent. Thank you. Wow. Appreciate that. So, Mr. Craig, you want to also pick up on that? Again, how do you see, from your personal experience, leadership, community, or public service?
I'll give a little bit more about my background. So my parents immigrated here from Trinidad and Tobago. My dad, an electrician, mom, actually, she served in the military here in the U.S. And we were a low income family. We tried every day to make it. And I want to expand this just a little bit. When we talk about immigrants, when you talk about the United States is not just, I think the way the picture is painted is that the United States, a lot of the people here have always been here, right?
Right.
So whether you came by choice or came by force, there's been we are a collective from all over this world. And right now, the tenor, what's being said is immigrants are the enemy. What really built this country to be so strong was because of all our varied backgrounds and where we came from. So whether it's Africa or the Caribbean or anywhere else. So, and we all know, well, I won't say that, but I think we are treated different because we're brown. It's easier to separate us from everyone else. Um, so with that said, as immigrants, as children of immigrants, we're bringing a perspective that I know this country needs to be better. And when you think about leadership, kind of skipping a little bit as well, it can be on a very small scale. I decided to run for a statewide office. I drove 4 or 5 hours probably every day, and it was so touching when you went to all these communities. Some communities you didn't want to be lost in, but there were very small communities, backwoods. It might be an hour to the gas station, but everybody, all these people are trying their small part to make their community better, whether it's with the Public Service Commission with regards to energy issues and energy prices, whether it's sidewalks, whether it's lights in your community. So everybody can be a leader in their community on a much smaller scale, which in the collective will definitely make this state and make your community better.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg. Your inputs on this, Mr. Jacques.
So we're talking about leadership, right, in community.
Yeah, from your personal perspective, how do you see this different areas?
So for me, leadership is simple. You simply show up and you do what needs to be done. And I've experienced that in several instances in my life. When I was a child in Haiti, because I was going back and forth for a while until I was about 14, until I got to high school age. I had a friend. We used to hang out. You know, he lived in the neighborhood. And we used to hang out. Started taking him to church with me. And then I left. I was gone for 16 years. And I come back. And we're sitting and talking. And at some point, he said to me, you know, thank you very much. I'm like, for what? I didn't bring you anything. And he says, no, thank you for making me your friend, because back then when I was a kid, everybody had signed me, had written me off. His mom sold oranges in the street market. He was considered a bum. I was like, that's my friend. And he said, by you doing that, you validated me. I had to take myself seriously. And what I came to find was an accountant. He was overseeing over 70,000 Haitian dollars, you know, for that business. He was a church elder way before me, and he was a father, husband, father of 2 child. And then later on, when I went to college, I got into computer technology. And about 20 years later, I went back to New York, and my nephew took me around his office. And everywhere he would go to a cubicle, tell this is the uncle that made it possible for me to do this. He's the one that was programming, and I saw him programming these things and these things flashing on the screen. And now and that got me to go into technology. And now, you know, I got my business, and his business was doing work for the New York Mets, for the New York Knicks, for you know, Saheed in the RE, putting all their websites and many great work he did. He was doing simultaneously Obama's and um, um, Hillary Clinton's website. Okay, funny story about that. He was telling me, he said, "Uncle, let me tell you." So I was doing both, but I'm not supposed to be doing both. But it was the primary. So one was run under my friend's business name, and the other one was under me. So we were watching the primaries, and it was like, I'm gonna have to give one up. So somebody from Hillary's camp said, "Hey, you know Hillary's gonna win, so you might want to make your choice quickly." He's like, "Yeah, I really want Obama to win, but looks like Hillary's gonna do it." So he moved away from Obama and he committed to Hillary. And he's like, Uncle, after Super Tuesday, I was toast. But leadership starts with that, being an example, doing what needs to be done. It's not a title. I do carry several titles. I could list them to you. None of it matter if I'm not doing the work, if I'm not representing right, if I'm not being an example to someone. So I believe everyone in here is a leader. I believe every child is a leader. They're either leading the other kids to do bad things or they're leading the other kids to do good things. And the question is, which model are you following? A good leadership by doing the work, or you're following the poor leadership by not doing anything or doing everything you shouldn't do? So for me, that's what leadership means. The title only amplifies and validates the work you do, from my standpoint. As far as community, community has so many meanings. Okay. For me, I have my community at home. There's about 6 of us, plus the dog. Okay. She's part of the family too. Because at some point, that's my son's dog, and he didn't have time to take care of it because he was in college. I'm like, we're gonna have to get rid of Hazel. And he started crying. And I watched all the other kids suddenly say, hey, I'll take care of him this way. I'll do this. I'll do that. And suddenly everybody was there to care for Hazel. And now she's been part of the family. She was a puppy then, but she's a big dog. She's a husky. And she has a lot of energy, requires, attention. And so now you should see Hazel, how she just knows when she comes to me, she just sits and gets ready to be pet. That's because the community took care of her. I didn't have time to take care of her, but the rest of the family, the kids, stepped up to take care of Hazel. That starts there. Then we have the church community. Then we have the Haitian community, the Caribbean community. Then we have the technology community, and just go down the list, the music community. There's different branches of community, and we're all part of many communities. The question is, as we're navigating through these communities and we're living life, what do we represent when we're in that community? Are we showing up in a way that amplifies that community and moves it forward? Or are we showing up in a way that undermines the community or doesn't move the needle? So for me, I try to be one that moves the needle as much as I can. If I can't do 10 things, I just do that one thing that people will know, okay, thank you for doing that. So, but for me, community is all about wherever you are, whoever you're interacting with, that you're a positive influence.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so very much. I mean, I think that was great. Just seeing the tie between, of course, an elected official who had to consider being at the Capitol based on an intent, whether it's in favor of the community or in favor of a selected few. At the end of the day, it's all about representation and putting your voice out there. So again, thank you so much for those experiences. Honing you to your words, very important is the place of trust in all of this. So I would like to segue that to say building collective power starts with trust, right? Now, what have you found to be the most effective ways to bring together across the different nationalities? Of course, with bias to our African Caribbean community and, of course, the minority community in the United States. Um, how would you say we can foster strength for an effective or more efficient ways to bring these communities together and generations based also on your lived experiences?
So it is very important that we have the heart for the people. Um, Elected officials or any title or position that anyone has, always keep in your mind that it is not about you. When I ran for office 5 years ago, the focal thing on my mind was it's not about me. It has never been about me, and it will never be about me. Community is always important because I represent, if you think about, Craig mentioned that United States is a melting point of every part of the world. At some point, you know, generations back, we all came here for the same reason, for the same purpose. And I, by and large, believe wholeheartedly that people should be represented equally. You don't pick parts of society. You don't pick the winners or the losers. You don't pick who deserves what and who's deserving less. It is not a good way to view society. And that's always stayed on my mind. Every single day when I'm hearing from constituents, um, I don't even, and it's so weird that United States have become so, I would say, race focused. We always, and we do that too in the legislature. Every policy that comes out, the one thing, at least from my experience, and I believe a lot of my colleagues would admit to that, when we have a legislation coming out, the first thing the people behind those legislations are looking at is race. And then they're looking at the financial part, who is benefiting from that. 90% of the policy that the bills that we vote on, it's always the motive. And if there is one thing we can change in this nation, it would be to remove that racial identity. People should be seen as one. And when we do that, that solves a lot of problem because we're not picking the winner, we're not picking the loser. And every time when legislation hits my desk or comes up to the floor for a vote, I don't even know why it's a thing, but I've never focused on that. When you look at society as a whole, you make a better decision because I got three daughters and they go to school and they don't even know most of the crazy things going on. But my hope is that they get older and they're not so focused in the wrong direction. And the way that I run my household is also how it's a reflection of how I view my community. So my focus is a community as a whole and making sure that we have things that the society benefits and not picking a winner or a loser.
Right. Well, thank you, Rep. Solomon. But real quick before we come to you, Mr. Craig, so the media team has requested we try to fill up this front row just for their production reasons. So if you don't mind on the side, if you could just help to fill the front row, that would be appreciated. Thank you. So we'll come over to you now, Mr. Craig. And again, if you could speak, how do we basically foster effective ways to bring our community together with reference again to your experience, your lived experience, and also the diversity of our community?
Yeah, that's such a difficult question or answer, I would say, and there's so many things that are pushing against that. So we have leaders right now, nationally, and you can say locally as well, that are thriving in or thriving by separating us, looking at just the differences, not our commonalities and our shared wants and desires. Not everyone has kids, but a lot of us do, and we want a better life for them. So we want them to succeed at their soccer game, have fun. We want them to, make the game-winning shot. We want them to get a great education, and we have so many things that we share and have in common. And right now, whether it's, again, our leaders or our technology, such as social media, that's really separating us. Like, I've tried to trick my algorithm a little bit, and I say, all right, I know this is not a partisan thing, but all right, hey, let me pick a couple Republicans just to see if I want more information than they're giving me, right? And my feed always goes, I get Barack Obama, and I get, of course, but I think we don't, whether it's you're a Democrat or Republican or anywhere in between, you're not getting all the information, and we're just kind of being separated into the side. And I'll tell this one story real quick. Is we have this friend in our family. We grew up with them basically through college. We volunteered with them in the community. We were great leaders together in the community. And my wife, she decides to run for office, and she runs as a Democrat. Now, this other person, we've grown up with them. We've been community organization. We advocated for the community. We went to church together, and they disowned us for being a Democrat. They berated us and said, "Hey, you believe in this or that and that." And I'm like, okay, you know our heart, you've seen our heart for our community. And now, just because we have this label, Democrat, now you're disowning us. So, kind of answer your question, but not it is difficult, and we need to really look at those commonalities. We really need to change or try to mix up the sources of information that we receive. And we need to encourage others, because I really feel like a lot of people, and I kept thinking about it, it's like, how did this guy become president of the United States? It does not make sense to me. And it has to be the source of information, because I know people who know people, and they say, hey, Craig, they have congregations that are just teaching people this information, or they have, they don't even, they believe this was the source of, Black people were the source of COVID. It's like, okay, we need to change our sources of information. We need to encourage our friends, family, um, that as well. I think that's one step we can take.
Well, thank you, Mr. Craig. That's duly noted and well appreciated. And thank you all for also making that move. I appreciate that. So I would like to have your input on this as well, Chris. Again, the focus is trust is an important component to leadership and the engagement with the community. So from your experience and perspective, how could we foster trust, recognizing the diversity of our community, generation-wise as well? Over to you.
So trust for me is you say what you do and you do what you say. And too often that's a very simple statement, but creates such great difficulty. And in my experience, I simply try to be true to myself and be true to everyone else around me. I did mention that I did run for a state representative this year, and unfortunately, I fell on Cupid's side, where I didn't win, but I had a great experience running. And throughout the journey, a lot of things showed up. So in my community, in my subdivision, I'm on the board, and I've been president for the homeowners association. And so when I show up, I didn't know how some people would receive me, because it's a very mixed community. And to my surprise, I was received with several hugs. You know, one family, when they found out I was running, and me and my wife came to the door, and they said, "Can I hug you?" And I'm like, "Yeah." So, but it was interesting because, I've always made myself available for calls. When they call, I pick up the phone, follow through. When there's an issue, I don't mislead them. And I know there was a big fight over the detention pond. 3 families have detention ponds, and they want the HOA to pay all the bills. And we're like, you got 250 other houses you're asking to pay for your land. But all the truth came out. When they came out, they're like, okay, you're right. And I was able to win people over that was upset at first. The interesting happened is we went to knock on some doors, and actually my canvassers knocked on the door, and then the family says, "Where's the candidate?" And I said, "Well, he's down the street knocking on doors." And they went in to get me, and it was a white family. And he says, "Okay, tell me about." I says, "Okay, well," told him about me. Okay, he says, "Well, we're from Canada, so we're definitely Democrat, because we don't believe in all this craziness going on here." I said, "Okay, great. What part of Canada?" He said, "Well, my family is originally from Greece." And I said, "Wow, did you know that Haiti helped Greece get its independence?" He's like, "Really?" He says, "Yeah." I told him the story. The the Greeks were fighting the Ottoman Empire, and they sent a letter to Haiti, and Haiti was like, "Well, we don't have much, but this is what we have for you. So please receive it well." And I said, to even corroborate that, we had a Haitian family in Georgia that went to Olympic representing Haiti in swimming, and from Japan, Greece flew them from there to Greece to receive a proclamation. Then he's like, wow. A few days later, I received an email. Thank you for the 22 tons of coffee from Haiti. We would love to have a meet and greet at our house for you. I say that to say that it's not about the color. It's about how you show up to the person, how you connect with the person. When you show you care, people actually respond to that. When you're just there, okay, I just need this from you, see you later, you break the trust because it's like, oh, you just want this from me. So as long as you don't want something from me, I know I'm not going to see you. But when people see, hey, whether you want something from them or not, you're going to be there for them, people tend to be able to work with you and operate with you. You know, after the earthquake in Haiti, one of the commissioners called me because we used to work together. And he said, hey, what's going on with Haiti? And I started telling him, this is what's going on, this is what's going on. It's like, Jacques, you don't need to tell me all this stuff. I know you. I trust you because whenever you show up, you're never asking something for yourself. You're always asking for something for your community. Put my name on your organization's board. Whatever you need, I'll open the doors. So we have to build the trust just from how we show up with people. Be interested into the person's situation, the person's cause. If you're not invested in that person, my question is, why would that person want to be invested in you? So you have to build that relationship, that connection, and build a situation where people know when you say what you say, you mean it. And when you do what you do, that is something that means something to you that you're invested in. Otherwise, people will just tune out. And I think that's what's happening in our politics. Because as you demonstrated with our healthcare, why is it that there's $8 billion in the state coffers that is available to expand Medicaid, Medicare? It's coming from the federal government, but yet it's being held back. And yet people are dying from simple illness. My wife almost died from something they couldn't explain to her. She had to go to New York to get healing from that. So to this day, and she's in healthcare, okay? And she does not trust the system. The school system, our kids don't trust the systems. When I talk to my kids, why don't you do this? Well, he says, well, they don't care about us. And I know there's a lot of caring teachers, but the system does not show they care. So we have to get to a point that we get past all the different divisional points to say, well, this one deserves this, that one, and just let people trust us completely. Because at the end of the day, I'll tell you this. I took a black sociology course when I was in college, and I learned this. Slavery did not happen because of our skin tone. Slavery happened because of economics. And we're still dealing with that today. The reason that CPS was canceled is because of economics. The reason that affirmative action was canceled is because of economics. The reason that things are being redistricted is because of economics. They have a racial layer to it. The biggest attack now is on immigrants. I've seen different versions of the attacks. The attacks always come in different ways. Whatever is convenient that can be packaged in a message on a 15-second soundbite. Now it's the immigrants taking our jobs. Really? Watch what happens after these TPS get removed, because we have many Haitians. I know in Alabama, about 8,000 Haitians are working 12, 16-hour days just to make sure that we have chickens on our table to eat, fried chickens, whether we go to Popeyes or KFC or at home. So watch how that goes up with Purdue chicken, with Tyson chicken, and so forth. So that's the immigrants' faults, right? But that's the narrative we're fed. But there's an economic component to it that we don't see, just like he's expressing, because there's a group of people that want to take advantage. But I got news for you. When healthcare goes bad, doesn't matter if you're white, black, yellow, or orange, you're gonna suffer. We all suffer. It might be, there might be a poster child of the immigrants. And I experienced that during my campaign. I knocked on a door. It was supposed to have been a Democratic door, but somebody who was very Republican. We spent about 30 to 40 minutes having a great debate, great conversation. we were able to come to agreements on some things. Because one of the things he said was, well, you know, I have my friend, I forgot his name, I think Victor or something like that. Well, my friend Victor, now he's got his green card, but before he would to go to the hospital every time he's sick and he wouldn't pay the bill. That's one of the reasons the healthcare was bad. I said, well, you're wrong about that. It has nothing to do with him being an immigrant, because I know a whole lot of people that were born in this country, you know, multiple generations that do the same thing. How is it that it's the immigrants' fault? He's like, yeah, you're right about that. So that's a healthcare issue, because we will want to address the healthcare issue, and then we want to blame somebody. We say it's the immigrants. But you got to tell the truth. You got to know the issues. You got to take the time to understand why things are happening. And then now you can speak the truth. And then when you speak the truth, people learn to trust you. They may not agree with you in the beginning, but down the road, they're like, you know what? So and so said that. And I didn't know it until now. But now they know you were telling the truth. And that's where you get trust from, is by speaking the truth, know the issues, be and basically follow that. And rather than try to say what people want to hear, only to find out later that they no longer trust you, or try to get what you want out of them and they no longer trust you. But trust comes from being true to what you're about and who you are.
Excellent. I mean, I felt like that was a mic drop, but but yeah, I mean, you deserve the rounds of applause. Please make it louder for them. Thank you. Yes. And I love the way you actually tied it all, you know, from the community, represent the community. It's not about yourself, you know, with a reference to the examples that, you know, Mr. Craig also gave. And then finally sealing it up with, it is about you. Meaning your character, your personality is what builds you up until the point where the people believe in you enough to be backed up. I would like, and we're doing pretty good on time right now. We have roughly about 6 minutes to wrap this plenary session up, but and also give room for maybe 1 or 2 questions. So if you do have questions, either we would have, okay, we'd take notes, and then, you know, would have the mic passed around. But I'd like to ask this one more questions from you all. Of course, a lot of our community representatives and citizens want to advocate. They want to also let their voices be heard. They might not necessarily want to have this representation of being in the leadership. So from your experiences, what are the steps, or how would you advise individuals in the community that wants to lend their voice to representation? How can they get started and walk their way through to the point of, if I can say, achieving the objective of why they amplifying the voices?
And I'm going to keep it short because I know we have 6 minutes and we have questions from the audience. What I would say, start by knowing who your elected officials are. Start on the local level. Local election is so important. That impacts you directly. I mean, the legislature or the power of the governor, that's a statewide thing. But you've got to know your elected official. As Craig mentioned, his wife, she's a chairwoman in my county. And Lisa and I talk all the time. And as he mentioned, Lisa's heart is always with the people. And knowing who your county commissioner is, those information are available online. Know your city council people, and of course, know your representative and your senators. Um, so that's a good way to always start. And then if you're a student, being a part of your school organization that has to do with community or grassroots organization, it's also always helpful too. Um, and I would say your county, every county has so Democrats have theirs, Republican have theirs, every county have that. So whatever party you're affiliated with, look that up and be a part of that. Go to the meetings, know what's going on. Because look, we are all responsible for the outcomes that we get in the society. So when you're staying silent, people think you're not paying attention, and people use that as an opportunity to push a horrible agenda. But when you pay attention to things, they think about it twice, because again, you elect these people, you vote for them, and when they're not doing what's favorable to you or what you expect them to do, then you change your mind and don't vote for them. So always make sure that you know who your elected officials are, and always make sure that you participate, at least know what's going on locally within your areas.
I'll be quick as well, and I think I'll maybe put it even on more basic level. You need a vote. every elected official who they look at who votes and they don't pay attention to the people who don't vote. Right. So if you vote and you can get your friends to vote and get your family to vote, get your neighbors to vote, they're going to look at your community. They're going to make sure they cater to your community. So we need to make sure that, of course, we as individuals vote, but also as individuals bring someone along, someone who doesn't vote, who doesn't think about voting. Let's vote. And then, of course, you want to be educated on who you vote for, but the first step is getting to the poll and voting.
Mr. Chakris?
Yes. So how to get engaged? Start with something you care about. If you like to go play tennis and you find out tennis court in your neighborhood is messed up, find out why. Because it usually starts from a place of passion. Because if you don't bring a passion into whatever it is, you're ultimately gonna forget about it. You're just gonna like and whatever and move on. But if you're passionate about it, then you're gonna keep going, even when you run into obstacles. People, well, we don't have the money for it. Well, this, well, that, and it's gonna die out because you're not passionate about it. But if you're passionate about playing tennis and you want to see a nice tennis court in your community, then you go for it. I'm not passionate about tennis. There's a tennis court in my neighborhood. There was these people when I was president, they harassed me about getting the tennis court right. I said, well, why don't you guys come on the board? They came on the board and I never heard about tennis problems again because it got taken care of. It starts with you caring about something for the problem to be solved. Because asking somebody who does not have the passion for something to do it for you is really asking for mediocrity. You're not going to get what you want. You're going to get something that's half-baked. From there now, you do what Craig says, because now you start knowing the issues, because now you know, okay, that's what it took, because just about everything takes the same thing. If you want better schools, it's that, the passion. You pursue something. Why do they teach this in my school? If it's at work, I've had to fight that battle many times, at work. I'm like, why are we not doing this? And boss is like, well, we don't have the budget for this. I'm like, well, I pursue it, and until my boss finally got, Jack, you're right. Okay, great. Let's do this. You have to be passionate about it, because if you don't bring that passion, you're asking somebody to do something that they have zero passion for. Why should they do something that you're not passionate about and you're asking them to do it? When it comes to voting, we have a serious problem in the Black and immigrant community. I know particularly from the Haitian community, we tend to stay away from politics. Why? Because A, we're busy trying to get our lives going and taking care of our kids and taking care of ourselves. But then we come from an environment where politics was taboo, because what we saw mostly was bad politics. But if we want to be in a position to have a difference, you want to offset that with good politics. Goes back to what I was saying earlier, goes back to what these gentlemen were saying. You have to do the right thing. You have to go and push the right thing. We all need to vote. And I really don't want to hear this nonsense about me saying, well, I don't like this person. Well, guess what? Pick one. When I became a US citizen, the only person I knew it was the one at the top of the ticket. That was Bill Clinton. Everybody else I didn't know, but somebody smart said to me, just keep voting up and down the ballot. When you know the issues, then you make your right choice. Because I learned, just like Mr. Cupid just said, is that if you voted for somebody, they'll definitely pay attention for you, right? If you voted against them, they'll do something to help you, so they might convert you to vote for them next time. But if you voted for nobody, you didn't put me here, and you're not going to take me out of here. So bye. If you want service, be part of the process.
I mean, I hope you have all learned something new, as I have. And to our folks who have also joined us online, we hope you've been enjoying all this information, even though some of those things might sound strange to some individuals because you've just been sitting at home while all the world around you is moving forward. This is the challenge, and this is why AIM is actually putting this together. It's been the African Immigrant Collective Advocacy session for 2026. The plenary focus is being Leave Reality is Collective Power. I'm hoping that each and every one of us will take today's information back to our respective homes, find a course that also appeals to your conscience, be intentional to represent the people, and move forward by actually advancing those concerns, starting with your local legislative representative, from your county chair to your commissioner to your district representative, and then scale it up that way. There's a change of flow of leadership, and we have to learn to follow through. And remember, as Mr. Jacques just said, teach one, help one. Okay, we must also be intentional, especially within our community, to make sure we're transferring this knowledge. We're intentional in finding those who can also come along and actually help. The only way we can transfer leadership is to also begin to groom those who would actually replace us. I like to end with that. We would actually accommodate 2 questions. Okay, then we'll actually take a quick break and we'll come back for the next plenary session. So 2 questions. Okay, so I want to be fair. Okay, I know I see mostly males. If we can have 1 female question hand up, that would be great. If not, we'll take 2 from males. Thank you.
Hey, everyone. My name is Ken Kungani. I'm with the National African Student Association, and appreciate you coming in and pretty much giving us all your insights. And even for your last points about kind of voting and representation is important. Kind of going along with that, we know that voting by basically, let's say from like 65 and above, they vote 75% vote. You go down 45 and above, it's like 70 or 60%. You get to like 18 to 24 category, it's only like 49% kind of vote. So how do we, and if you look at even the Republican strategy, you see like things like TP, US and everything, like they're realizing that we need to influence our younger generation early enough so that they can get to these places and represent and advocate for the things that they care about. All right, here in Georgia and I'm sure other states, we've seen like teen takeovers, right? So they have a big voice and big influence, but we're not really seeing them in spaces like this as much. And it's good to see some of them here, but it's not at the number that we need to pretty much have it at to be able to move the needle, right? So no one really cares about them to some extent, where they care, like to really care about 20 years now down the line where we're gonna be. So how do we influence the younger generation to make sure that they're in the advocacy space? Because they have bigger voices, they have more space, they have more energy. So what's your take about the younger generation being able to come into these spaces?
Maybe before you do that, let's actually accommodate the second question, so we'll be able to loop that in, since it's really about how you motivate the teenagers.
So I'll be quick. Good morning, everyone. My name is Falami. I've been able to live in 3 different continents, and America is really unique, as you all know. And my question to you, based on what you said, Rep, earlier, was if we removed race from the equation, meaning that job applications, school forms, just about everywhere I go, I'm always seeing check 1 box, right? If we remove that and we just, like you said, just dealt with people as people, like you're in this country, regardless of where you're from, you're just an American or immigrant or whatever, would that really change, the, I mean, that we're feeling, I mean? I wonder if you removed it where just, you apply for a job or you go to a office for whatever, and they just dealt with you just on the basis that you're a human being. I'm curious to know what you guys think will really happen.
And
Good question. So again, how do we motivate the younger generation to be more involved and present in conversations or rooms like this? And of course, the race delete from from the system. Go ahead.
So that one is easy. That's in my wheelhouse. Just last night, I was at a church. They have a mentoring program, and they asked me through my campaign, they asked me to come and work with the kids and mentor them. Again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. Just show up. Because what I've learned throughout my life is when you show up for the kids, they show up for you. Okay, I used to coach a group of kids in my church up in New York on basketball, and I moved to Georgia. They found me to get a letter of recommendation as their coach so they could go play in the Navy. okay, you know, call me to let me know, hey, I got selected by a team in Italy, or they came from Arizona, came all the way to my church just to visit me, okay? Because they knew that I was standing for them. So if you're not there to stand for them when they have an issue, well, I'm having this issue at school. I'm having this issue with mom and dad. I'm having this issue of this. If you're not listening to the young people, you got to trust them, which is what we talked about. You got to trust our young people. Here's my problem I have with us a lot of times. We spend so much money, so much time, so much energy into having our kids, raising them, and do all the things for them. And then when they start showing up like us, because that's who they are, we don't trust them. That's a problem. We have to trust our kids. They may not be where we are, but we have to give them that chance. My oldest son, 32-year-old, called me a few months ago, said, Dad, you know what? I found my religion. I'm going back to my roots. Out of nowhere, after many years of saying he don't care about church, but he's finding his way. He's got to go on his own time, each one. For our young people to know the issues, it's simple. I already said it. Start with something you like. That's what it is at the end of the day. We lost TPS because we didn't vote. Okay? If we don't look at things from both micro and macro perspective, the reason it happened up there is because we didn't care down here. But from an economic standpoint, we should be building silos to help our community. Okay, there are communities that are doing that. The Asian community, they plan for the immigrants to come here from way back. Are we doing this in the Black community, in some other communities? If we're not doing that, guess what? Now that we lost TPS, we already lost affirmative action. There was an attempt to redistrict because now the Voters' Rights Act has been undermined. The next thing on the docket, it's already in the U.S. Supreme Court. You know what's next? Birthright citizenship. So if you're Black and you think it has nothing to do with you, I got news for you. Okay? If you haven't been hit yet, you're next. Because as a business owner, I got emails from USCIS telling me the 21 countries have TPS, they're being removed. Okay, 21 countries. And not all of them are in Africa or the Caribbean. We have Syria, we have countries, Burma, all these other countries. And all of that is all about one group, and I'm not going to say it's the white group because it's not. It is the rich folks, not all of them are white, okay, that want to take advantage of those that don't have. It's the haves and the have-nots. If you're young, if you want to get someplace in your life, you got to work on it now. If you don't work on it now, there won't be much left for you later. And we on the older spectrum, we need to teach that to our kids. Get involved, get engaged, because your life matters.
Thank you, Mr. Lauren.
And I'm going to summarize his question very quickly. So his question was, if we don't have a racial factor, well, what does society look like? Is my microphone working?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. And you know what's fascinating? Now, we've got to look at the history and how we got here. I'll just piggyback on this point very quickly. Society became racial in the United States because you had the wealthy folk, you had the slave owners who had pushed the native people away, stole the land, and got Black folk come in and work as slaves, and then built all of this wealth. And then they had the low income, I would say, white folk who were policing those slaves. At some point, they understood each other. And society had to come up with a way, the rich folk, the landowners had to come up with a way to protect what they have. And that's how they brought that division about. So that divisiveness was manufactured in the United States. It never existed. Now, people enslaved all over the world, we know that, but that racial part of that was all manufactured in the United States. Now, I don't know what it's going to take us to abolish that, to take that away, but I know from my experience and my lived experience, the vast majority of people, human beings, are good people. it didn't matter what your color is. There are so many great people, white folk, black folk, Hispanic folk, Asian. There are so many good people, but you always find a very small percentage who's acquired wealth, and in efforts for them to protect what they got to find a way to create confusion at the bases. And if you think about the folk that are supporting the president we have now, it is really those who might have been economically disadvantaged, and they tell that folk, hey, that's who's taking your job. It's his fault that you're not doing well. It's the Somalis' fault that jobs are taken away from certain places. So it's a strategy for them to keep growing in wealth. I don't believe society should have a trillionaire. I don't even think a society should have a billionaire, well, millionaire, yes. But I don't think society should be that holding so much wealth. And that's how they control people. They find and I don't know what it's going to take to change that, but it's a manipulative way for people to keep acquiring wealth and keep expanding their base and keep confusion at the bottom.
And I'll just say a few words, and I agree wholeheartedly. Is really creating the vision. And if we just looked at people's qualifications, for example, you know, the issues with DEI, right? And you look at the administration right now, all right, they foster the vision saying DEI is an issue, but they have I can't even say qualified. They have no qualifications at all, but for some, somehow they got in that position. What were their qualifications? They kiss butt, and usually they're Caucasian, but not necessarily. But the most important, if you kiss his butt, you're in that position. So with that said, interesting thought exercise. I'm not sure if that'll happen anytime soon.
Well, hopefully with us, we will actually change that narrative, because here's how I like to put it. You actually find a problem. Don't look at when you will solve it. Just get started and attempt, and the like minds will find you, and possibly that change is possible. So yeah, it's obvious. It feels impossible right now. But who would have actually said a couple of years ago we could see it in the Gwinnett Chambers like this, have a diversity-oriented program like this that's actually to motivate, because what we're really doing here is to motivate each and every one to step up and build more momentum behind you, to advocate, to support individuals like this. They both ran. Yeah, they didn't make it, but that's not the end of it. And this is the reason why we refuse to let you both go, because we're going to get back in it again. And that this time around, you will be there, because he cannot be the only one. You understand? Yeah, right now we have a few numbers at the Capitol and things like that, but we know that voice is still not strong enough. Okay, when I say my experience is more of business development and strategy, it comes from the place of what do we need to do to empower people like him? Because he had other things to do, but he knew how important it is to come show up, represent the people. He's a family man. His kids are pretty active in sports. So I know this morning he could have been out there, but he also understood how important it is to come on, to come showcase to you. It's all about a representation of family, and of course, family would understand. And Mr. Jacques, as a religious leader, and I'm being very emphatic about this, because sometimes within our community, we're over-religious about everything. Oh, did I hear amen? So there is a balance in everything. And if we don't show up, if we don't accommodate the younger ones to be present in this room, to actually support them, to trust them, we were once children ourselves. We were once kids. So we should expect they would actually do wrongs, but we have to also be forgiven. And above it all, I would like to end this plenary session to say, without you casting your vote, without you being intentional to pull someone else to join you, we would only continue to fill space. So let's make sure in a few months from now, not years, we come back here and we see some of you sitting here in the audience, sit in this position, because we must replace ourselves. That's the only way we can move strong. It's been a pleasure hosting you all this far. Thank you so much to all our panelis. and our guest speakers. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to take a long break, so we're just going to do a 2 minutes quick bathroom break, and we can actually circle right back and get into the next one. But gentlemen, before you leave, we'll take a quick picture. Also, a few people might want to take pictures with you so we can accommodate them. The leadership of AIM, if you want to join us real quick, Namdi, Stellar. Thank you so much. So we can do a quick picture. Thank you. Thank you all. You've been a great audience. Appreciate you all. Media. Where do you want us? Right here in front of the screen? Right here, right in front of the screen. And Stella, you can be in the middle. You're all free. Hello, good? Media? Okay. Thank you all very much. Please feel free to connect with them before they leave. I know it won't be that long, but they will appreciate it.
Hey, good. Hi, Brandy.
I try to get everybody to eat. So I catch you when they hear more about your work, so business.
Well, so business development and strategy is my because I apply that across different sectors. About over the past years, my whole concentrated will be real estate, telecommunications, manufacturing, and international trade.
International trade, yeah, it's my work. Do you like my chambers?
Oh, really? Okay, yeah.
Committee.
Right. Right. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm actually aware about both. I believe I've only attended one or two of the virtual events. Your usual morning sessions sometimes. Yeah, well, actually, yeah. In terms of being really involved, I haven't yet. I knew there was a time I spoke to our international chair. His name Ricardo. Yes, yes.
Okay, Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. All right. Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon. We're getting started, so I would appreciate everyone circle back in and take your seats. And those at the door, you might want to move into the room so folks can walk in. Thank you very much. Okay, please let's have our seats. We're getting started. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to be sure that we don't keep ourselves longer than necessary. So the earlier we get started with the next session, the quicker we'll be able to get out of here. Thank you very much. Please, let's have our seats. We still have some water in the back and some bars, snacks. In case anyone needs a snack, please make your way to the back. Oh, great. And I've just been told the bigger part of the event that I've been waiting on, which is menu, as we call it, we'll be ready right after this. So the earlier we can wrap this up, the quicker we can get to those warm meals. I don't like eating my food cold, so we need to be quick about this. Okay, so and while we're about to get started with this, right off the back of this, there is a session on the outside where we can actually give our opinions and feedback about today's event. So we encourage everyone to please take time to stop by, okay, the media station outside, and just, you know, share your views, share your opinion about this event, areas for improvement, your takeaways and things like that. So we would really appreciate if you can stop by, okay? All right. Do we still have Namdi and Stella around? Okay, yep, just want to be sure that they're close by. All right, good, okay. So please give a round of applause to them. It's really been a teamwork since morning. We just want to appreciate you guys for the effort so far. Okay, but we're looking forward to lunch. That's why I called you in, by the way. Okay, all righty. Okay, so we're gonna go next into our next plenary session. I would like to introduce the moderator who would be taking care of that. She's a gorgeous looking woman who I just met. And of course, Randy Hooker by name. She is an operations strategist, leadership expert, and founder of Help Consultant Services, known as the Business Operation Doctor. By the way, that's trademark, so think twice about it. She specializes in helping organizations transform vision into measurable execution through operational strategy, leadership development, and scalable system. She's also an AIM Knowledge Partner, where she contributes her expertise to developing entrepreneurs, leadership businesses, and professionals through educational programs designed to foster sustainable growth and leadership excellence. And need I also ask, hat to it, I think she's also a fashionista, because it takes a lot for you to be able to do a pretty good blend of colors and still come out looking stunning. Please join me as I welcome Randy Hooker, your next moderator.
Thank you, thank you. Is this working? Great. Okay, so I have the distinguished honor to be on a panel to help moderate, but first I'd like to introduce our panelists. So State Representative Marvin Lynn, who's coming up. He is a House District 98 and has built a distinguishing career in civil rights and securities law. He has dedicated most of his career to serving the immigrants and refugee communities. Thank you. And then he's, while advancing equality and justice through public service, he's a graduate of Emory University and Yale Law School. He continues to use his legal expertise and legislative leadership to strengthen communities and expand opportunities across Georgia. Let's give a round of applause for Senator Lynn.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, next we have State Representative Gabe. And I'm not even gonna butcher your name, Gabe, so I'm gonna bring you the mic while you come up. And I apologize, but okay. See, I didn't want to butcher it. I didn't want to butcher it. You got to come up this way. You got to come up anyway. He is the state representative of House District 102 for the Georgia House of Representatives, a business executive, engineer, and public servant. He brings extensive experience in business leadership, community development, and legislative service. Through his work as a House Representative, he has championed initiatives that support economic development and growth, strengthen local communities, and improve opportunities for families and businesses. Please give it up for State Representative Gabe. And our next panelist, Adriana, is she here? Okay, there you go. She is an international attorney, a mediator, and immigrant advocate for decades of experience in legal services, public relations, and community engagement. As the president of the Binational Group, she has collaborated with law firms, government agencies, and businesses, communities across the United States and Mexico. Her career has been dedicated to supporting immigrant communities, promoting civic engagement, and building strong partnerships that advance inclusion, justice, and cross-cultural collaboration. Please give it up for our panelists for this session. All righty, thank you everybody for attending our session. So our session about how power works, understanding and shaping the systems around us, focuses about how policies and institutions impact African immigrant communities across many areas. With that, the first question I'll ask you guys is, many immigrants interact with systems across schools, healthcare, criminal justice, small business regulation, and immigration. Which of these systems do you believe has the greatest impact on the African immigrant communities today, and why? That's loaded, I know. Who wants to jump in first?
They're looking at the one in the middle.
They are, they are, they are.
All right. Let me start by saying that every one of those that you just enumerated is important. Every one of them is very important. But we live in a capitalistic society, America. Therefore, I want to emphasize on small business because many Africans, immigrants here, and Caribbeans and other immigrants, they venture into businesses. They're not afraid. They venture into businesses. And it is important because in this country, you need money. Simple, right? If you have money, you can send your children to good schools. Just name all those items you listed. If you have money, you can take care of most of it. If you have money, you can, if you're having immigration issues, you can hire the best lawyers. Adriana is here, so she would know, and they will get you out of it. And when you don't, it is a problem. And because most immigrants go into business, it is important that we look at how we can help them to succeed. But let me also make a general statement. It is very difficult to isolate a group and legislate for them. You make, Marvin would know that, you make your policies for everyone. Yes, sometimes it may be for everyone, but it will benefit some people more. But you don't go in saying, I want to do a legislation for me. So, small businesses. Thank you.
I I'm going to go off that, and I very much agree with that. And I'll make it slightly broader. I'll talk about the economy. As Representative Okoye stated, we are in a capitalistic society. And you mentioned in my intro, I've worked a lot with refugees. One of my first jobs out of college was indeed working with was Catholic Charities, one of the institutions here in Atlanta that places refugees and some asylees and some immigrants who are not refugees to become self-sufficient. And if you don't know, I'm sure some of you definitely know, that traditional longstanding policy of America with refugees is we give you public benefits for 6 months. Therefore, you have 6 months to achieve self-sufficiency. And so many times these are refugees escaping often war-torn conditions, and so many of them to become self-sufficient people, and particularly women who come from very patriarchal societies who have never had to work. They have to work while balancing their family, their children, and do that in 6 months to become self-sufficient. So think of every barrier along the way for that, because you don't have to be a refugee to think through sufficiency. As Representative Okoye says, this is a capitalistic society. And so when we're thinking about how power works and understanding the systems around us, we think through, let's take the example of small businesses. And I told Ms. Deirdre Clark I was going to name check her today, because we were sitting down with Aisha DeBerry. She's the Access and Opportunity Officer for Gwinnett last fall. And we were thinking about how hard it is for small businesses, first of all, at any stage. But we were thinking through there at the state level, there's a state small business tax credit specifically for minority, veteran, and women-owned businesses. And I pulled it up. I was like, what's the difficulty? And we found out technically the credit was invalid because they weren't defining small businesses. And it had been that case for 2 years. Now, people were still getting their credits, but we ended up working with the governor's office to change that. But think through that, like, people are being impacted by this or have struggling with accessing a good policy. And I also would urge us to think we do need more resources, but there are so many resources out there that in small business land, job land, every area that you mentioned, that is difficult for people to access precisely because of how the system is shaped. And so oftentimes people like us, I mean, we've been part of the legislature for more than 2 years. We didn't know. And so those are some of the difficulties, but I think so much of it is the economy and self-sufficiency, and that goes to every program that you might need to access, even if you're not a refugee, even if you're not an immigrant.
Adriana?
After being American by choice for 25 years, I'm continue fighting not to believe that money is everything. I think there are things that money cannot buy. And you can have a successful business, because if you get cancer, the health is the most important thing. If you have a lot of money, or you're an attorney or whatever, and you're irregular in this country and you get deportation, doesn't matter how much money you have. You don't qualify, you don't qualify. So I think every single thing that you mentioned, it's just together. Nothing has more impact or less impact. I think here, everything is important, and the unity with the family, the values, the proud to come from another country and be successful in a country that give you too many opportunities because too many barriers. We're beginning, every single immigrant that I saw, they beginning to facing problems with immigration. And then we need to find out work. And then they need to have a house. And then we have children. And then we involved with the school system and PTAs. And then we're beginning to vote. And then you get sick. And you need to go to see a doctor. And what I saw with the African community that I admire is that the preparation, the studies, the professionalism in the health system, which marked a very, very, very big difference with the Hispanic community. that the Hispanics have a lack of education, they cannot speak English, you know. And most of the people that I know who come from Africa or any country of Africa, most of them they speak English. And I admire that. And I think values, moral, and unity is more important than anything else. Because if you have a good heart, you will find a way to get out with any problem.
Those are good. Those are all good points. And you touched on something, Senator Lynn, and so, sorry, Representative Lynn. Policies are often abstract. And so people don't always understand them, you don't always get them, but they impact our daily lives. As you just mentioned, the one about the small business tax credit. So can you share an example of a policy that significantly changed the outcomes, either positively or negative, for people in your communities?
Yes, so there are so many examples as we've all alluded to, but I can think of one, and I kind of alluded to it earlier. So Medicaid. We have a lot of folks that benefit very much from Medicaid. And this is in a state that has not expanded Medicaid. It is our opinion that it should be expanded, right? But just taking people who already theoretically have access to it. So first of all, in 2025, under our current administration, a lot of that has changed. There are additional work requirements. There are not even work requirements, but verification requirements. And so that automatically just makes things harder. Like even if every single person qualifies for this theoretically, the bureaucracy we put in front of people, whether it's justified or not, ultimately makes it harder for people to access this very important policy. To Adriana's point about health, that's one of the main ways people get health care in our country, including and especially immigrants and African immigrants. And so we have already seen so many people no longer qualify for Medicaid, but it is also not specific to that, the 2025 and the policy, because we saw it 2 years earlier when after the pandemic, during the pandemic, they allowed you to not have to re-verify or determine that you still qualified for Medicaid. So there was automatic carryover eligibility. When that stopped, we saw so many people get off the rolls again. And I want to keep emphasizing this, even if they qualify. Whatever bureaucracy we put in front of people, even if it's justified, just makes it harder. So I wanted to say that point, not even because it's the most important, although it's very important, but because so much of what I see, even just this morning, I got, it was not an African immigrant, but it was an immigrant who is now a citizen. They are on tough times. And they were asking, well, like, how do I get qualify for this? How do I get on WIC? Which, by the way, WIC is, regardless of your status, you qualify for WIC, but they didn't know that. And then, how do I fill out the paperwork? And just such feeling of overwhelmingness that even, when we took a step back and essentially did intake, it was like, okay, you have some hope here. You qualify for XYZ. The feeling of like, this is overwhelming. And even if I do qualify, it's hard. And there are inevitably some things that you should qualify for, in my opinion, that you don't. I think Medicaid is a perfect example of that. And again, I keep going back to the theme. That's how the systems around us are shaped, and that determines a lot of who gets what and who doesn't get that.
Gotcha.
Me?
Yes. The other state representative, please.
Okay. I'm not trying to give you two examples, one positive and the other negative. Starting with the negative one. Birthright citizenship. We don't know what the court is going to do. It is something that we need to be aware of. And I picked this one because it affects the immigrant community, period. I have so many friends of mine who were well off in Nigeria, and whenever their wife got pregnant, they came over here to give birth. they do that quite often. It's not Nigeria alone. So many other countries do that, right? Now, if the court rules badly, is that a good term to use, badly?
Exactly.
I think this should be terribly, really. You know, that will no longer be the case. If your parents are not legally here and they give birth, then you're not a citizen, right? Can you imagine what that would do? And there's one that just won against countries like Haiti and a few other countries, the temporary protection that's been taken away, which means many of them may have to be deported back to Haiti or their countries of origin. All right. So these negatively impact the immigrant communities. Now, one that is positive, um, though the incidents I saw was all happened to all blacks. This was where if you go to do any business with the clerk of court's office, title, deeds, previously they didn't ask you for any ID. They were actually prohibited from asking you for ID. So some scrupulous people took advantage of that. They would go there and take your title and change it. And sometimes they will use information there to take a second mortgage on your house that you know nothing about, right? And in some cases, they'd sell your house and you don't even know that until the new owners come to send you away. I saw one couple, 77-year-old man and his wife. They've owned their house for 40 years. Their furniture was by the roadside. The woman was there crying. You couldn't see the man because he refused to leave his house, but was arrested and put in jail. Right? Because the new owner had proper documentation. Well, when I saw that, it was all happening to blacks. There was Eric Clark, who owned his house for 20 years, was just taken away from it. So with the help of people like Representative Lim and other legislators, they passed a bill I proposed, which now makes it tough for such frauds to happen anymore. So your houses are protected. So that is the positive one.
Alrighty. Adriana, for you, immigration policy often dominates a lot of discussion nowadays, especially with the practices and laws that are happening. But what's a conversation that you see that should be happening more that is not happening?
The most important for me is the vision that these ideas and these policies are creating in our society. I think to dividing us in groups and putting us ones against others. I think that is one of the most important and notable things that are happening. And we are not talking about whites versus blacks, blacks versus Hispanics, Hispanics versus everybody else. And I think the diversity is what this country needs to be proud of and not to be criticized all around the world. I think the way that the world is watching the United States right now is affecting our economy, is affecting our sleeping habits, is affecting everybody. And the way that they are not respect the main law of the United States, the Constitution of the United States, the basic human rights is something that is impacting me the most. If you cannot be safe in your own house, if you cannot express yourself, say what you think, your freedom of speech, your freedom of mobility, and you are afraid in a country that is one of the most powerful countries in the world, then something is wrong. And the worst part that is nobody is talking about it. Everybody is afraid. And we need to speak out. And we saw people walking on the streets in California, here in Atlanta, participating and speak about it and fighting for our rights. Because if we're not doing it, very soon we will beginning to be in cages, all of us. And like the last panel says, it's not about the color of our skin. It's about the economy. It's like what is happening right now with immigration, the deportation. In the beginning, I was thinking is discrimination. And I put the shirt of discrimination. I say why they are discriminating the Hispanics and the immigrants. And no, when I find out that every single immigrant who get detained and getting processed to get deported is making somebody rich. It's like a $400 a day. I mean, maybe if they stay in the Holiday Inn, it would be less expensive for us. And why they need to wait 2 or 3 months to be deported? If the foreign countries are saying, we're welcome our citizens. And one of the other side of the coin, they are getting deported, and in 2, 3 months they will coming back, because this is a need. It's a need for them to looking for a better life, and it's a need for the United States to have a cheap, hard workers. So this is something that hurt me as a person, because to see people being used as an economic pieces or political issue, like, abortion, immigrants, it's always coming through the table. So we really need to think about what we need to do, what we need to say, and when and why we cannot be quiet. We have examples in history like Nazi Germany. A lot of people just be quiet. A lot of people see things happen and nobody say anything. And history will be hard for what is happening right now in the United States.
Okay, I think what I'm going to say is a cousin to what she just said. What we haven't been talking much about, or the question is, how should I or we get involved? When you get involved, you may actually be able to solve some of these problems, but you have to get involved first. I'm going to use myself to illustrate how getting involved can be beneficial. Nigeria, my country of origin, they have 3 major ethnic groups. There are so many, but I'm just talking about the 3, which one is Igbo. There are thousands of Igbo people here. I got involved in my community, and before long, I was elected chairman of the Igbo people here, right? So I served them. From there, they used to have what they called the Nigerian League. I got involved. I also served as their president. And then I ultimately was elected chairman of Nigerians in diaspora for the 2 continents of America. we have one organization that bound the two continents, from Brazil to Canada. I was elected their chairperson. After that, I moved on. I was elected the chairman of the Democratic Party in this county, Gwinnett County, right? And here I am today. Oh, I forgot that I was also served in the Municipal Planning Commission of this county. So when I ride around, I can tell you the history of some structures that we see. Today, I am a legislator just because I got involved. I just gave an example of a bill that I was able to pass to stop fraudulent sales of people's homes. I would not have done it if I was not in this position, because I got involved. I am able to do some of these things. And because you will get involved, you will be able. Can you imagine a situation where we get involved, and it's happening actually in our legislature? We have people from different backgrounds coming in. I've lived in Gwinnett County for about 30 years. I know when you get certain looks when you go into a restaurant, for instance, right? It has all changed because we are getting involved. When I was elected party chairman, Gwinnett was ruby red politically. But when I was running, I told them I was going to turn it blue. People laughed at me. They thought I was a stupid, foolish guy. But they made the mistake. They voted for me. And guess what? I proceeded to turn Gwinnett blue. That is why people like me, my colleague here, we have United Nations in our Gwinnett delegation today, right? Exactly. Getting involved. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, because it will help us. Can you imagine a room where decisions are being made and it's all immigrants sitting down to make those decisions? Are we going to cut our heads off? Thank you. And that's my point.
And can I just briefly add
Yeah,
to that?
Representative.
So another cousin for that is, the question was, what's not being talked about enough? I want to pose that part of the challenge is we're not talking to each other enough, and we're not talking across groups. Whenever people care about immigration, I don't use the word challenge, but I basically challenge them. Well, have you talked to your neighbor? Even if they're not an immigrant, have you talked to them about what's going on? Because I've said it so many times, not today, but like diversity, which we so often tout, is not the same as community. And if you don't have community, diversity goes away because they divide us. And so if you're trying to get involved, the best way is to folks around you. And you all are obviously here, so you all are doing it with folks that share similarities with you, the African immigrant or diaspora experience, right? How do we do it in our own communities where there is a lot of diversity? Because I know some very progressive people where misunderstanding, even of things like different cultures, like they do fireworks at different times, they do noise at different times, the smell of foods, and those are all great things, but they can breed resentment and hate, again, even in people that think they're very like progressive, right? So the way that we do that, in my opinion, is to turn diversity into community, and that starts with our own communities, both physically and where we live, where we work, and certainly at the Capitol.
I think those are all really great points. Let's give them a hand. Attorney Adriana, as you talked about, definitely having the conversation about not just immigration, but also them dividing us, the hate that is causing. And that stems also a follow-up from the panel that we had earlier where they talked about you can't let hate be the deciding factor. You actually have to have those conversations. You have to open up. And a great tip that Representative Lynn said is like, we're coming together in this space because we're like-minded. We all have views, but have you talked to your neighbor today? Did you invite your neighbor? Even if it's something completely different, having that conversation. I do live in a diverse community. I do live in where fireworks are spread out all times of the week for no reason.
I used a good example.
Yeah, I had to learn. I was like, why are there fireworks on a Wednesday night? It is not a holiday. My kids are going crazy. But then you have that conversation and then you understand, okay, there's birthday parties, there's celebrations, and they shoot fireworks. That's it.
And you don't automatically just call the police. You try to have the
You
conversation.
you don't call the police. You have that conversation. I had it. And then I learned, okay, this is actually something that they're doing. This is part of their culture. And now you just learn, you accept it, you understand it. It doesn't get you aggravated, it doesn't get you irritated. Why? Because you had the conversation and you also had to have an opening, listening ear and sympathy. Because remember, you want them to have sympathy for your causes, your things. So listen, but having sympathy and understanding of the differences is really key. And as Senator said, Gabe said, get involved. Even if it's your local school charter, if it's your local community organization, join a board like AIM, join your community things, talk to Gwinnett County. They have a lot of different organizations. Talk to your local county officials, school courts, municipal courts, school districts. Start somewhere. Wherever your heart is, start there and become a voice, become an advocate, and then help bring it. Because eventually, we may not all have Senator Gabe's lineage of continuously moving up across several different things. Congratulations, sir. But if you still take a point and you still make an effort, even in your small space. I told my parents years ago, I will never live up to you, but I will make a difference in the space that I'm in. And that is it. And that is all you have to do to make a difference. Because eventually, one day, we will all be in spaces such as these, or in rooms with such senators or representatives, and being in that space saying, you need to hear me because I come from a community. I don't come from me. Because as our Haitian commissioner told us earlier, if you don't vote, good or bad for them, or you don't show up, I don't need to listen to you. You are one person who does nothing for me. But if you come and say, hey, I come from my community and my community's behind me, guess what? They start listening. They start having to open their doors because now you've got more than one vote. Now you've got more than one ear. And then they'll start being like, okay, so where do you want us to speak at? Where would you like us at your coffee chat?
Representative Lim and I, we have open door.
Yeah.
You can come anytime. You don't have to have your community behind you because there'll be too many. Just
Send one representative, but you get the point.
And all, that's how we've talked about healthcare, that's those with more power and those with the know-how to navigate these systems. I mean, constituent services is the number one thing we do.
simple.
Because we're in the Capitol 3 months out of it. What are we doing the rest of it? We're trying to help our community. And it starts with knowing that they're there and making them feel like they can earn our trust and then helping them navigate, whether it's a small business credit or deed issues or voting. Like, I don't know how many people that this past year, that they're like, okay, we got to vote, but the ballot is so long, we don't know whom to vote for, right? So those are the things that we can do if we have those conversations. Just wanted to add.
And one thing else from the last panel, talking about how do you get the young ones to vote? Well, you don't wait till they become adults. I take my kids, my wife and I, we take them each time we go to vote. When it was time for them to be voting, they still came with us, they voted. They have all left the house, I don't know why, but but they still come from wherever they are. One that lives in Kentucky hasn't changed his address yet. He still comes home during elections to vote. You inculcate that while they can still listen to you. Yeah. Once they have lost the ear to listen to you, You can't even drag them to the polls. So let's start early.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So last question for the panel. We've talked about a lot of different things and we understand the current culture and the environment we live in. But I want us to think for a second, looking ahead. For 5 years to 10 years, what do you think this looks like?
I will begin. I attend like probably a year ago, the first statistics from Bank of America. The last one was in 2000, and this year they come out with these statistics, and that surprised me. And I see that Hispanics are just growing. They are beginning to be the biggest minority, is what I say. Then the mixing couples are increasing. Our children are not growing up knowing the difference between skin color. The technology is just eating everybody. And the way that they think, they're very different. And I'm agree with Senator. Because the future of the United States and the world is a mixing pot. Touch me what you say about race. You know, when I just came from Mexico to the United States because I married an American citizen, I faced the dilemma of what race I am. You know, maybe I'm a Hispanic white because my grandfather was from France, because the French invention for Mexico, for Cinco de Mayo. And then the other grandfather was from Spain for the conquistadors. And by the way, I have a grandfather from Japan for World War II. You know, and my grandmothers are all Mexicans, and so mixed with Hispanics. And then I married Michael, that is white, you know, and part German or Italian. So I see, you know, who I am. And I have a choice not to answer the question, no race, because I mix it, or I don't know how you call it. And then you probably will think, what is this Hispanic is doing here in an African, you know, discussion, you know? Well, it's a third race in Mexico that is from Africa. A lot of the slaves come with the Spain conquistadors. And my grandfather was a Black man. So the African Mexican history is in my veins. And then I find out that Gaspar Yanga was one of the libertadors in Mexico who found the first free men city in the Americas, 100 years before here in the United States. So our history between Hispanics and Africans are getting together for more than 400 years, fighting for discrimination, equal opportunities, and more and more and more that we can think about it. So the future is being ruled by technology. The world is more closer than any generation in the earth. You can see things in minutes. What is happening in Venezuela from the earthquake? You can see the suffering of people. And the thing which touched me and motivated me to continue to this work and inviting the community, inviting the young people, is because I saw the pain, and the pain is universal. A mother who lost a child will suffer the same here in China, in Mexico, in New York, anywhere. And when I have a phone call and say, you know, I'm being deported, I need you to pick up my children from the school. And I went to the school and my name is not there. And my only option is to wait into the bus stop, to wait for these children, to let them know that their life changed forever. is when my heart beginning to be no smaller, bigger and bigger. And I think what is happening in the United States is touching our hearts and make us becoming a better people. And we need to see the things could make us together. When I went to a party from Asian community, because also one of my grandparents was from Japan. Yeah, Yamanaka is the last name. So I can tell you the diversity makes us stronger. The unity makes us stronger. Because education, information make us more stronger. So it's why we are doing to educate our communities. And whatever we listen here, we need to multiply outside. And the next time that we get together, we need to have more people and get out with our circle. Hispanics or Mexicans, we're hanging with Mexicans and Hispanics. You know? Blacks are hanging with Blacks. Asians are hanging with Asians because we like our music, we like our food, because sometimes it's fun to try new things and being in the place that they don't want you to be. Talk about these issues with people that they're wrong or they ignorance, they don't see more than a rhetoric or a tweet or a post. We need to think about integrate ourselves on the places that we think we don't fit, because we fit, because race doesn't exist. In biology, it doesn't exist. All of us in 100 years, we will be white, all of us. And powder, probably white powder. Because race doesn't exist. We attack segregation because we segregate ourselves. We need to get out and we need to speak out.
Where you think we'll be, Representative?
Well, before I delve into that, I wanted to, because listening here, everybody speaks with their own accent, right? I want to tell you what happened when I first was elected party chairman. I am Igbo, remember, from Nigeria. I got calls from all over the world where there were Nigerians. And the first question each asked me was, Chief, how did you do it with your accent? That's why I knew that this was a problem that needed to be addressed. Here was my answer. I told him, if you bring somebody, a white American for that matter, from New York down here, he or she would have an accent. You bring somebody from California down here, he or she would have an accent. Even neighboring Alabama, you bring it down here, they'll have an accent. Therefore, if you don't sound like me, you're the one with the accent. That's actually my belief. I so much believe in it. I so much believe in it. I retain this accent. It's mixed up a little, but I retain it because it's part of my identity. That is who I am. And I have to be proud of it. And it has not stopped me. I volunteered this story to encourage you to don't change and still move forward confidently. All right? Now, in the next 5 years,
Yeah.
did you say you're going to see AI sitting all over here? but, but if we only will remember that out of many, we are one. You may be from the Hispanic community, I may be from the African, you may be Vietnamese, you may be whatever. we are still one race, one human race. We are one out of many. And if we can keep that in mind, and by the way, I don't know if they got what you were saying about no race. My take on that is that I have seen how marriages cross boundaries. We will not be alive. It's going to take a decade, a century or two. At some point, nobody will be asking for your race because there won't be any. It's going to be all mixed up. It's going to be all mixed up. You understand? So we're dealing with it now because it exists. In the future, I don't think it may be existent because it would have blended so much that some people's nose may be short, others may be long, but they still be the same. All right? So remembering that out of many we are one, in the immigrant community, please, there should be no second-class citizenship. If you are a citizen, go forward, do what you believe in. Don't think, oh, well, maybe because I wasn't born here. No. The people you read in the history of this country were not born here. George Washington was not born here. Was he?
Nope.
Well, as a matter of fact, some of you immigrants here are better positioned because I don't see the immigration office that processed George Washington's papers when he got here. You know? So what I'm thinking is that at some point, and I say this as laying the foundation for my conclusion, okay? I see us at some point making the decisions that matter. But we have to get involved. We have to unite to make it possible. Thank you.
So I'll start with a cliche and then I'll break it down. The cliche is it depends on the people in this room and others like you. But let me break that down. We have a lot of positives and negatives, but I'll focus on the negative. There are a lot of global threats. AI is good, AI is bad. But there are still nuclear weapons out there. We are not that far removed from a pandemic. This year is the I found it interesting. I did the math. It's the 250th anniversary of America, but it's also the 25-year anniversary of 9/11. It's a little poetic to me, but we also have elections this November. We have presidential elections scheduled in 2 years. And on average, 60% of registered voters in America vote, which means 40% don't. And so if you have the right and privilege, because I think it's both, to vote, making sure that you exercise that right. And I get people who don't, I'll talk about that in a second, but that is important. And for those that don't have that right and privilege, you can still be a part of the conversation. And while these global and national issues may seem far removed, first of all, we know Georgia is a swing state. And then second of all, you can get involved locally because combining some themes here, we know that the metro Atlanta area is very diverse. It's not always a community. We're not always talking to each other, but it's very diverse, which means we have the bones of a lovely, beautiful society where we can all take our strengths and understand each other, take the time to understand, because it's a two-way thing. Like even with your fireworks, like in having those conversations with my neighbors, they'll moderate. They'll be like, oh, we understand that you might have asthma or something, right? So if you can be part of that, and if you can help people along the way with your power and privilege to navigate all of these systems, voting, small business, et cetera, locally around you, we can really be empowered and change the course of what this looks like in 5 years. Conversely, I know I represent a large immigrant community, large Latino immigrant community. I'm Filipino, but Vietnamese immigrant community, as well as African immigrant community. And we have people that are getting deported. We also have people that are just self-deporting because the current administration has made it difficult to access everything from healthcare to recently banking. This is a coordinated, concerted effort to deter people of immigrant descent, including legal US citizens, right? And I know, I'll close with this. I know what it's like to feel, not my experience, what it's like to feel defeated. I became a citizen in 2007, and I voted, or tried to vote for the first time in 2008. And Georgia has a voter proof of citizenship law, which the Trump administration is trying to nationalize. And I cast, speaking of bureaucracy, I sent my, but I was a citizen. I had my certificate of naturalization. A lot of people lose theirs. Please never lose yours, or whatever. And I faxed it to Gwinnett County Board of Voter and Registration 5 times. I came from, my immigrant family was like, keep records. A lot of people don't. And it was still a barrier for me. And I remember thinking, well, if that was, I met the requirements and I did it 5 times. Like people shouldn't have to do it 1 time, in my opinion, right? And then I was deterred for a number of different years from participating in the voter franchise. So I say all that to say, like, it should not be your burden. And there are circumstances where you won't want to talk to your neighbor or you won't want to vote. And I'm not invalidating any of that. But I do want to say that when you so feel empowered, because we all have our burdens, we all have our privileges and powers. When you do so feel empowered, look around you locally and work to empower others. It starts with knowing who's around you, maybe helping them with those things, participating in voting, and participating in that broader dialogue, because they are trying to divide us, this big day, and it makes it harder to do those things. So what does it look like in 5 years? You all have so much power truly to determine what that looks like.
All righty. I want to thank our panelists today. They all gave really good information and speeches, but I also want to, as he says, he doesn't like to use the words challenge. So I'm going to say charge. I'm going to charge you guys to take this forward, to take action, to do something, whether it's sharing your knowledge, whether it's sharing your things, visiting your local representatives, taking a step up, whether you vote, don't vote, go say hi to your neighbor today that you don't know and say, hey, we've been here. I just thought I'd say, hey, finally, or something. Somebody you don't know, and keep that encouragement going, keep it going, because it really is on us to determine what the next 5 years will look like for our communities, for our children, and for our society, because we are one human being as a race. And eventually the races that we use to hurt each other, that they use to help segregate each other, that we use to hate on each other, won't exist, because we will be intermingled, we will be interconnected. Adriana said, I've got like 6 different regions. What do I put on this thing? I'm mixed. I'm Latino, I'm not Latino, I've got Black, I've got French, and a lot of people have that. And it's just to like, eventually it will become too many that they will have to say, okay, we're just going to take these away. Because you can't keep putting all the possibilities that you want to classify us in. We're just a person. But it takes us, it takes initiative, it takes speaking up, it takes action, it takes get involved. So I charge you from this session, from earlier sessions, to continue and taking it forward, being a part, continuously participating in things from AIM or for your local communities, reaching out to your different representatives, states representatives, and senators within your community. But I want to say thank you. And I think I'm supposed to turn it back over to my famous person who introduced me. I think you said something about lunch and hot food.
I think the media team will want to have pictures. So if you want to step up for pictures, that was really informative. And in fact, they have triggered me to turn the word diversity into community. That keeps resounding in my ears over and over and over again. Yes, yes, it is. Media? You're taking it? Okay. Yeah, hold on. Well, after this, I'll join you. Okay, one more. Right. So thank you very much. Again, we appreciate you all for being patient and of course, listening to that session. We're going to quicken things up. There's a quick clip that's going to go on. I promise you in less than 5 minutes, we're going to be in the lunchroom. Okay. So quick clip is going to come up and then we'll have our founder and CEO come through as well.
We are inviting you to the African Women Collective Summit and Gala 2026, a 3-day active which combines for and diaspora professionals, entrepreneurs, and leaders who are ready to move through building and networking and long-term legacy. It is a builder space focused on careers, leadership, entrepreneurship, and systems that create real upward mobility and opportunity in lean communities. Across the stage, you will experience hands-on masterclasses, deep dive workshops, and high-level conversations with professionals, executives, founders, and policymakers, shaping industries and communities across the diaspora. Every session is designed for execution, practical application, and real-world growth that you can implement immediately. And to close it all out, we will gather at the AIM Impact Gala to celebrate the builders and milestones rewriting our community's future. Early registration is now open. Secure your ticket and reserve your place with me, where builders are shaping the future.
All right. Just because I can, that voice is the voice of the beautiful Stella. So, can we put our hands together one more time for all of our panelists and speakers? I know we had a vision for what this day should look like. I think it's surpassed it, just in terms of value and all of that. Thank you so much, Randy. You're awesome for navigating and directing all of the conversations. Thank you, Representative Lim. I wish I could tell all the stories about how we got here, but Representative Lim is very instrumental to my connection to Dedra, and then now this relationship. We know Honorable Lukoye is a village chairman, you know, and just everyone. Adriana, we just met. Today's our first day meeting in person. But just when we reached out, you said yes immediately. Like that was just to show your heart. So thank you so much for just showing up, and to all of our previous speakers as well. The clip we just watched, that is not just a preview for our event, it is the event. If you think anything is happening here today, then you want to come for the summit, right? It's a preview of what's possible for us when we show up together. And so we want to make sure everyone is present. It's Labor Day weekend, September 4th to 6th. Here in Atlanta, we'll share the details for the exact venue, but it's happening and people are already registering for it. Last year, we had over 500 people sign up, and we had over 220 people show up at Duluth High School. There were over 12 countries represented, 12 African nations represented at the event last year. And this year, we're going bigger. Our goal is to get 400 people to be part of that celebration for those 3 days. And the reason why it matters is what's going to be happening. There's going to be career fairs. There'll be
Catalyst program tracks, and that's deep dives into specific areas. So it's not just general information. We want to have real transformation during that event. There'll be, pitch sessions, there'll be entrepreneurship tracks, all of that. And then, of course, the gala that we'll be having. African immigrants participate in the labor force at 10 points higher than native-born Americans. We are ready to work, we're ready to build, and the summit is where that energy gets focused into opportunity. All right, so please make sure you are a part of that. Somewhere in this room is your next mentor, your next business partner, your next opportunity, and that is what the summit is built for. And so the link is on the screen, but also on the brochure in front of you. There's also a QR code to scan as well. Please go ahead and scan that and sign up for the event. We've opened it up at early bird pricing, so it's everybody who is here today gets to get in for cheaper than the price. This is also because AIM is a nonprofit. Most of our events we don't charge for. So that's the one way we can get revenue into the business to continue to drive our mission. So that's buying your ticket is also contributing to the work that we do to help us continue. So you're doing more than just get a ticket and get value. You are also being an engine to help us propel the work we do forward. So go ahead and register. Don't just hear about the summit, be a part of it. September 4th through the 6th, turn to your neighbor, let's do like church. I will see you there. All right, turn to the other neighbor, say, I will see you there. All right, so you have said it. Now go ahead and do it. But please go ahead and register. We'll go eat lunch. But I really want to, because I want to make sure I say this. This is what the collective is about. It's about getting all of our voices together and then forming that critical mass to where we make a difference. We truly can make a difference. We truly can. We've been on this journey now 2 years, and we want to. And yes, some days I feel like, why can't these people see what I'm trying to do? Why are we not behind this the way it should be? The difference we can just make. If this was a concert with some names, it will be packed full, regardless if it's a Saturday. It's time for us to get, like we need to. It's an election year. If nobody has told you that they matter, you know this year that it matters. And we can't just be by the sideline anymore. We have to get involved. We have to get engaged. We have to rise up as a community. We have to. It's no more. We can't just talk about it. We have to be about it. Right? All of the panelists have said so much, but it starts with me. It starts with me deciding I'm going to vote. If you don't have your blue passport yet, tell somebody you know. Tell somebody like, hey, you have to vote in these midterm elections. Go and read about the issues. They always laugh about this. The first time I voted, when politicians or the elections candidates would say this issues on the ballot and issues, I always thought they just meant the idea, like, okay, there are candidates that represent these issues. I didn't realize there were real issues that you vote for until I went to the ballot the day, my first time, and I was so ignorant. I just knew the presidential candidates that year. Everything else going on that paper, I was just looking, and so I was just incumbent, okay, you must be a nice person, so I'll vote for you. And then the issues and all of those, I had no idea. And so I made it the point to educate myself, and now we're extending to the community. So please, let's get up, let's get involved, let's drag your neighbor into I'm getting involved in the process. All right, I get passionate about these things. I'll stop talking now. But lunch is ready, I believe. Oh, it's been ready. So let's go grab lunch. Once we get out of the doors through. Yeah, follow Dedra. She's our host for the day. Can we put that together for the beautiful Dedra? She's been an amazing host. All right, let's go grab some food and then we'll continue the program. Yes, we're coming back here. Yes. Yeah, we'll do the like then we'll back. Yes. Yeah. It's a free event. This is a free event. I'm doing thinking people like, why am I going to bring you to come like this?
Yeah. Thank you so much. How you? Yeah. All right. Well, how did you find it? It's going to be first time. Yeah. Feeling tired or feeling even more into that? I'm feeling more into that. That's all. Tiredness comes before, but the things that I always they're always exciting for me. That's cool. This is why we do. This is the part of it that we enjoy. All of the extra things. Preparation. That's like why I see that. 2026. It's made possible. This is when it was not in fact. How it like civic engagement. And that part is now we actually have to do the special thank you to the Nigerians. They're taking that part. Before you make it up, investing in this thing, space where even professionals, advocates, chamber come together to learn, connect, and take action. Your partnership is helping drive enforcement conversation, strengthen the community voices, and expand opportunities for meaningful civic participation and collective action. Thank you for standing for this as well as we go to press out of power. Let's say you're the advocacy policy and advocacy is 2026 is made possible through so many incredible power like civic engagement. A special thank you to the Nigerian Centre, Majestic Eagles Financial Services, NCR Technologies, and Expert Reform Network for investing in helping create a space for leaders, professionals, advocates, and change they get started together, connect, and get into it. Your partnership is helping drive important conversation, strengthening expand opportunities, civic participation, and collective action. Thank you for standing there. This guy is really sad. And you know, like someone who can relate to where you're from. But a lot of the times, and so when I hear about A, I still want to be black. No, beyond this. And like beyond these events, you know, we should definitely find time to sit down and I'll tell you, so I wanted to there's a mentorship. We started back in 2014. Want to find but when you say we want to build at the time, it was specifically for how to do it and then going, we want to compared to or we can get a single person who can trade for weeks because when you do that, you know, but then when I started studying, I looked at anthropology, but when they're used to that, that's where that's the thing of humanity. That's where everyone. But anyway, that's interesting when I can go. Everyone comes to that. We just wait when I'm not going. Like, I don't know about the, you know, I don't know about the exercise yet, but you know. But anyway, so when that happened, then I went through my journey.
My name is Stella Aiden, and I am a leader. I'm leading the local team, which means that I'm a leader.
But yeah, man, like it's. And now. I'm excited. Yeah, I have too. That work. You know, just. I know this one time. Yeah, you know, the rest of the. But I think I feel like this both of this is like they are well, they are politics, so they are just so like get inside there. Which sometimes I think that is like that was collective balance beach. Yeah, so what do you want to take it? Ask Stella, what she thinks, yeah, hear what you say. You know, become an expert I'll get that. So right now, like we do need to, we I feel like we need to exclude, in terms of the need is there, the gap is there. We need more voices there, like speaking of, more immigrant voices. Speaking of, saying, hey, this is possible.
Well, that's what the chicken isn't very good.
Don't comfortable. Yes, it's like about that. So in general.
No, that's right. I would put that the letter and disclaimer. If your chicken runs and forward it, I go out. Every other back out the yard. Make sure to go back.
That's a partnership. That's coming out. That's right. If we have the right elements, then that means they economical nature. So you're not getting anything that you know from that part we put that up. So that's what I see. Right now, I'm teaching them about the basic right all this stuff. It's policy and advocacy it's made possible citizens are incredible small, civic engagement. A special thank you to the Nigerian Centre for Majestic Eagles Financial Services and staff equities. They have investing in this business and help create a space where leaders get a solid funding and change things to become learn, connect, and it's just helping I don't think they track there's That's most of our, but the survival, kind of survival. All these aspirations that exist, they're very competitive. They are not necessarily good for us in terms of, the background. It's profits, it's not necessarily, there are few people who are social impacts. Or it's marginal. Now I can say how this program that serves. It makes sense to point that because you understand it might not turn out to be as $1 billion business, but it's making real, so that's what I see. Yeah, I feel like it was that's what I can. What is going to come to space so you would ask question? Yes, right, yeah. The ones for that. Like the ones for them. Smallest coefficient to sample. So we don't need that. One person here, small board. Which I probably believe in that. So because I came from that school of thought, so I understand it. Where a lot of them saying our working through our parents go back and they I would believe that's and so when that happens, it's kind of like once you do this, it's sort of bad, so I'm not dumping down again. So good thing is almost all of them are here telling me this so I built an article I have on a certain name. But remember in the Bible, God said a message to our calendar. But when God sent the message, they have to go to multiply, pray for the success of the environment that we're in. And then there's something down the line that's really bad, but in that line, go all out. That's it. Stop thinking, it's always there, but you try. So I also somebody mentioned that I don't know. So God is telling people this is how so in the end, pray for that place to try. So don't if you got that people go to vote. No, I heard push from policies to all of that. I don't have to how you need it, stuff like that. And we take the listening with the doctor and everything and things. But yeah, it's a that's the yeah. This is home now. That's really good.
How was lunch so far? Just nod your head, don't say nothing, okay? Because I know you got a food in your mouth. All right. Unfortunately, we don't have no ambulance outside, so take your time, chew the meal, swallow it. I have not renewed my CPR certificate, but I think I still remember what to do. Okay, hoping nobody chokes, but that's just an aside joke. So what we're going to do in order to actually maximize the time is we're going to go ahead, get started. Please pay attention. Let's minimize the side talks, okay, so we can actually get to listen. All right. So now we'll basically just bring back our founder and CEO, Dr. Nambi.
All right. So yes, I think we can do this while we eat lunch. So a part of our celebration today is our Business Igniter program. And the reason why this is important for us is this was one of the goals we had this year, was to launch a series of cohort-based programs that will lead to real transformations. If you're part of the AIM community, we do weekly masterclasses. And that's just, we have people who volunteer with us as knowledge partners who are experts in their field. And every week they come share knowledge to the community on different areas, right? So if you're not part of AIM, please make sure you're connected to us. We're doing something every week. But we wanted to go beyond just the information sessions we had every week. And we wanted to build something that will bring about a real transformation where people can go through and, you know, really experience this is where I was and this is where I am now. And one of the, you know, core areas we wanted to start with was our business for entrepreneurship communities. We have programs for, you know, new arrivals. We have ones for career. And then we also have a civic and leadership program. But our Business Igniter program was the first one. And so a few weeks ago, Some people you're going to see walk across the stage, they had ideas, they had businesses. Some had nothing but a dream and the spreadsheets. Others already had their businesses, but they were stuck and unsure on how to grow it into something that could outlive them. And today we're proud to say both groups leave with something that they didn't have before, a clear path forward. The vision behind the Catalyst program, AIMS Catalyst programs exist because African immigrants deserve more than survival in America. We deserve ownership and legacy. And a business igniter is the first of 4 of our Catalyst programs. We have our career reboots, our launchpad program, and our leadership accelerator programs to follow. We are not just building businesses, we are building generational wealth, one founder at a time. The first ever cohort, it was a 4 weeks program, 2 groups in the room, new founders turning ideas into businesses, and early stage owners learning to scale what they already built. Initially, we had a higher price tag I wanted to, but we ended up making it just $69 and even less for our students to come and be a part of the program because of one partnership. And so I want to take a moment. We're able to make this program so affordable and cheap because of the Gwinnett Chamber Foundation partnering with us. Can we put hands together for Gwinnett Chamber Foundation? Again, just the partnership is God sent. I'll say it that way. And specifically, in more detail, the chamber provided, the foundation provided the faculty, they provided the space. We are here today, the resources, right? And I want to really specifically acknowledge Todd Masters, one of our faculty, Jeanrine, and then Giselle. Those are faculty that trained us for those 4 weeks that we had. And so this partnership did not happen by accident. It happened because one woman believed in what we are building from day one. The day I met with Dedra, she bought in, she said yes. And I want to really take a moment to acknowledge Dedra Cox, who's the executive director for the Gwinnett Chamber Foundation. She does an incredible work. She's passionate. She gives me auntie vibes, right? She's like my auntie. So I've learned to just become fond of her and love her. And I thank you so much, Dedra. Please join me and welcome Dedra Cox, Executive Director of the Gwinnett Chamber Foundation. This partnership made it very possible. So thank you very much.
And definitely auntie, because I've shared this with a couple of you in the room today. You know, you all as a community, because as an African community, you all know the countries that you came from. You know, I call myself an African American, and I don't know what that means. I know who my born folk are. I know who my parents and my grandparents are and were, and they were hardworking people. But I got to tell you, there's something spiritually when your soul feels like it's wandering. I want to know what tribe I came from. I want to understand. So being a part of AIM has really helped me connect with my skin folk who are really my kinfolk. So I can't wait to really get to know all of you. Because listen, my friend back here, he told me that he said he thinks I'm Nigerian. So look, okay. I said I'm gonna take that as a prophetic word. But then I don't know what you're gonna say, Menashe. He said Zimbabwe. Okay, here we go. Welcome to my house. Welcome to the Gwinnett Chamber of Commerce, where I have the privilege and the blessing of being the executive director. I'm the fractional executive director of the Gwinnett Chamber Foundation. And I will tell you why that is so critically important, because this work that we get to do as entrepreneurs, I'm a serial entrepreneur. I was a banker for 39 years. Took every year, every moment, every position that I had, and I bring it to the entrepreneurial space. Because guess what? Here's the real deal. My great-grandfather, Oscar Gibson, was the first Black tailor to the Jewish business community in Kansas City, Missouri. He made suits and yarmulkes with no pattern. My grandmother, Alice, was his daughter. She and Gilbert, her husband, they were the founders, not the founders, but they were actually the CEOs and owners of Gilbert Spotlight Cleaners. My grandfather worked in the dry cleaning business for years. And when the gentleman that sold the business, he said, Gilbert, I want you to take this business on, because my kids, they don't even understand the business. They don't understand business acumen. So when you talk about having a business and you talk about succession planning, right? That's what you're looking at. So if your children don't want to take on the business, then you got to be able to take good care of your staff and your team. So when you build a team, you want to build a team of people that trust you because you can be trusted, but then you can trust them because then you can feed into their dreams. A couple of things my grandfather used to tell his employees. He said, you're going to do one of two things when you work for me. You're either going to put your kid through college or you're going to buy a house. And I used to watch my grandmother because when we used to come work in the business in the summertime, I used to watch her. That was back in the day. I'm 63, so listen, I'm a baby boomer, so don't judge me. I am truly auntie up in here, okay? I am auntie up in here. So that was back in the day where you used to have to take the bank bag. Anybody remember the bank bag? The bank bag. So she took the deposits. I used to watch her take that cash and fill out that bank deposit so she could take it to the bank and put it in their bank account because they made each of their employees open a bank account at the bank. That's what I'm talking about. So that's what I come from. So this good God work that I get to do at the Gwinnett Chamber Foundation, this is a part of my business strategy and my business model. Every chamber in this country needs to have a foundation that is supportive of the small businesses in their backyard. So let me tell you the things that we do here at the foundation. So Verizon and a place called LISC, and Menashe, I know you know LISC. LISC is called Local Initiative Supports Corporation. What is that? They're a CDFI, a Community Development Finance Institution. In banking, and you know this all too well, we speak in acronyms, but I'm going to tell you something. It's the acronymese that keeps us distanced from the information and the opportunity. So I will not speak to you in acronyms, but I will encourage you to learn what the acronyms mean. This space you are in here at AIM and the spaces that you're being connected to, you want to feel comfortable walking into a room and asking, what does that mean? Because if we don't ask, we won't learn. And if we don't learn, we can't earn. And if we can't earn, then we can't be the solution to the problem. Hello. Can I get an amen? Hallelujah. So what we do here at the foundation is our mission is to support the small businesses of Gwinnett County because this is the Gwinnett Chamber of Commerce. So we are supporting Gwinnett Chamber businesses. So what does that mean? Well, I'm going to tell you in 2023, and you can look this up online, Department of Labor put this number out. In 2023, 42,000 plus businesses were opened in Georgia. In 2024, 37,000 closed. That's a whole lot of businesses that had dreams, all over here that are ideating your businesses. That's a whole lot of ideation that was flushed down the toilet. That's a whole lot of people that got hired and were counting on that income to provide for their families that lost that income. So as small businesses, if anybody in the room, how many small business owners do we have in the room? You all have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to be the best leaders we can be, to be the most informed leaders that we can be, to be the best subject matter experts that we can be, and be the best stewards of the God gifts we've been given. So what we do here at the foundation is a couple of things. I've been blessed with this gift. My father was a journalist, so I don't meet strangers. So all the people whose names you see on the building here, Wayne Mason, Richard Tucker built this building. Bill Russell Landscaping, if you ever see those trucks. God has graced me with favor with these people. So I'm able to approach them and ask them to be a part of events where we get to dive into their business journey. So we do some events called Grow, Thrive, Repeat, where we have these legacies come in and talk about how they grew their business, how they thrived in the business, how they repeated it. Those three things right there require an entire orchestra seat section of professionals. You got to have attorneys. You got to have CPAs. You got to listen to them. You got to have business strategists. You got to have HR professionals, right? Then we do something called Honoring Legacies, Empowering Leaders. That's where we bring the family-owned businesses of the chamber. Wayne Mason family businesses. Last year we brought in Lanier Levitt of Gregory B. Levitt Funeral Homes. He and his brother told the story of how they became a part of the family business. We brought in Cole Porter. Cole Porter is a steel erection company here in Gwinnett. We brought Cole in. And then we do a couple of events that are fun events. We do a couple of fundraisers. We have a gala, and then we also have something that we do called Rock the Range. So you don't have to be a golf aficionado, but we bring you out and we teach you golf, the business of golf. We teach you the glossary of terms. We teach you the etiquette of golf and what you're supposed to do on the golf course. And then what we do is we have a good time because we're doing it at Lake Lanier this year. September 24th, night golf. 6 holes of night golf. So if you are a golf aficionado, come on out there and show us what you can do with 6 holes. But the other piece that I get to do that I love the most is this education. So with the Verizon dollars we have, we're able to partner with AIM and with cities. So we partner with cities. We are just partnering with the Gwinnett CID. So the Gateway 85 CID, that CID that you see off of Jimmy Carter, we're partnering with them, and we partner with organizations like AIM and our cities through something called Ready, Set, Scale. So what we do is we survey. So those of you that participated in the cohort, you know you got a survey. We survey the small businesses so we can understand what the needs are and the gaps that they have, that you all have as business owners. And then what I get to do, by the grace of God, I get to curate a 4-part series that's in line with Verizon. Now, if you don't know what Verizon, that platform is, there's a QR code out there. Verizon is serious about helping you fortify yourselves as small businesses. So they've created something called Verizon Digital Ready Network. You take 3 courses on that platform and you're eligible to apply for $10,000 grants. So if you've not scanned that QR code, we're doing a raffle at the end. So scan that QR code, get into that ecosystem. There's live events you can participate in, and then there's other events that you can do via webinar. None of them are more than 45 minutes long, but it's an amazing tool, because I believe this, and I think everybody that has spoken today can attest to this, that you got to continue to sharpen the sword. You got to continue to sharpen the sword because you don't know everything, right? Then the other piece that we get to do, so that's the 4-part series. The other piece that we do is something called a cohort. And since you all have been sitting here today, you all are privileged to the 9,000 events, not 9,000, but there's 250 events that the chamber hosts a year. This chamber, 250 events. You're going to see something scroll on the screen here very shortly about applications ending June 29th. Our cohort, our second cohort for this year. So we host cohorts. So it's a 12-week commitment from 8 to 10:30 on Mondays. We focus in on a very specific skill set. The last cohort that we just graduated was leadership and operational excellence. What I can tell you is that the thing that will derail a business the fastest is if you don't have standard operating procedures, if you don't have hierarchy, if you don't have job descriptions, and if you have not set a culture where people feel that they can grow and win. So we put them through that. We put everybody through Clifton Strengths. So they got to see their top 30, the 34 strengths. And we got to help them understand, if you're operating down here, 29 through 34, you might be focused on the wrong things. Come back up here, get to the neck, and let's look at the top 10. And then we had them create 3-year strategies. We ended with a pitch competition where the other piece of what I'm just so blessed to be able to do is to tap into the chamber's hierarchy and bring people like Amazon, Delta Airlines, Georgia Power, because we're preparing those folks that go through that cohort, we're preparing them for the supply chain. So you, Mr. Voice, we're going to talk about you in a minute, because there's some things that you can do in that corporate space as well. I have not forgotten about you. I am one woman up in here with Jesus, making it happen. And the need is so great, but I give God glory for every moment that I'm able to do it. So if I don't get back to you, it's not because I don't like you. It ain't got nothing to do with that. It's got everything to do with capacity and me being at events like this, right? So I'm able to bring those folks together so they come in here. So we had a pitch competition where Amazon was present. Delta Credit Union was present, because Delta Credit Union is a partner to Amazon. So they were able to give our folks such amazing feedback. And the feedback that they gave our folks was, you were short on your KPIs and you were short on your revenue and your forecasts. So we got to help our folks tighten up on the financial aspect of things, because the finances will derail you. You don't want to get ready for the capital when you need it. You want to be ready for it before you need it. Right? That part. So our next cohort is all things capital readiness, where we will be talking about mergers and acquisitions. Once you've grown your business to a certain place and space, you got to determine, am I going to sell it? Am I going to pass it on to family? What am I going to do with it? And then you need a business evaluator. So business valuation services are going to be a part of this. So we're going to talk about that. Mergers, acquisitions, joint ventures, teaming agreements. Everybody can't be a prime contractor. How about the subs in the house? Let's bring some subs in the house. Let's work under somebody that's got the $30 million contract. So we're doing that kind of work. And then our third cohort this year, which will start in September, is all things technology. So that's what we do here at the Gwinnett Chamber Foundation. Most chambers of commerce that have foundations, they're focused more on scholarship opportunities and some other things. They'll provide scholarships for education, but we're doing it. We're grooming folks right here in this building, positioning you to stand on the shoulders of the Wayne Masons, the Bill Russells, because when they come in this room and they're on a panel, they're looking into your faces and you're asking the questions. So that gives them an opportunity to see what the future looks like. And the future looks different. Gwinnett County vacillates back and forth between being the 5th and the 10th most diverse county in the country. So the world is watching us. The world is watching how we do what we do. So we need to do it well. And if you're not from Gwinnett County, I'm sorry for you. If you want to be a part of Gwinnett, come on over, come on over, come on in, come on down. We'll welcome you. But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Because I've had the privilege and pleasure as a result of doing this. And I think the one other thing that I wanted to say to you is, and I think I said this, but this business platform is one, again, that I want to take globally, because chambers of commerce should be the place where businesses get fortified. Because chambers are typically their membership organizations, their advocacy organizations, right? So we should be grooming the next generation right here where business is happening. So everybody that's paying $6,100 to be a part of Chairman's Club, we need to be tapping in to that. But you know what? The way that it works in the chamber, you got to have a liaison. I was graced to have a sponsor, one of the most influential men that I know here in Gwinnett County. I worked for him when I was a banker. He said to me, I'm giving you my Rolodex. When I moved here to Georgia with my daughter, I just lost my husband. And he looked at me and he said, I see you. I was like, what are you talking about? I see you. I see who you think you're supposed to be because your husband died. I see who you're going to be once you get past that. And we're going to work together and make it happen. Now, I'm giving you my Rolodex. If you mess it up, I'm taking it back. So he gave me his Rolodex. And to this day, he's my client because I have a nonprofit too. And I have a for-profit. So the work that I do for the Gwinnett Chamber as a fractional executive director, I do as a contractor through my for-profit company. So I want to do this 10X. So I just want you to, whatever dream you have in your heart, let that dream come forth, but put strategy, process, and people behind it. Okay, can we do that? So I have the privilege, I've been so privileged to meet so many amazing people. So I know I'm gonna find out who my tribe is very soon because everybody that I'm meeting, these amazing people, you all are all coming from the diaspora. I'm like, oh my God, Africa, here I come. So I have the privilege of introducing our graduation keynote speaker today. So our graduation keynote speaker, he wears many hats, but 3 to be specific. And today, you're gonna want all 3 of these in the room. So first, he's a teacher. Through Operator Cap Academy, Menashe Makava trains everyday people, not Ivy League insiders, to acquire established, profitable businesses. He teaches you how to do that, acquire established, profitable businesses, the very kind that retiring owners are handing off all across this country right now. I'm throwing some cues at you now, okay? Second, he's an advisor, a capital markets. How many beautiful brown-skinned brothers do you know in capital markets? I started out in the mortgage guarantee insurance company and I didn't see any. So when I said, okay, you were talking that talk right there. Capital markets, and he's an M&A. That's an acronym, merger acquisition. He's a veteran of mergers and acquisitions. On Wall Street at Goldman Sachs and Centerview Partners, he wore several caps. He invested as both a debt and equity investor. That's some left brain stuff right there, you all. He helped companies raise both debt and equity, and he advised on more than $50 billion of mergers and acquisitions. Let's move beyond the hundreds and the thousands. Let's get to the millions, and let's go straight for the billions, shall we? Okay. So he understands capital markets. He understands deal making and the flexibility that capital can create as intimately as anyone you will meet. So today, as the founder of Operator Capital Advisor, he sits on both sides of the deal table, guiding buyers and sellers through the sale and purchases of businesses. With an MBA from NYU, I'm a New Yorker, so I like the NYU stern. But third, this is the third part of him. This is the one that matters most for you graduates. He's an operator just like you. He's operating a business. He didn't only study business, he bought businesses in the concrete construction space. That's money. Jimmy Hoffa, look, okay, was that concrete? Oh, wait, in the concrete construction space, but he also that he operates today. And he's still an active buyer. He's still actively buying businesses, acquiring businesses. Wall Street, the classroom, and the job site. That's where he lives, and he's lived at all 3. So like so many of you, his story began as an immigrant learning the rules of this brand new country. Please help me welcome to deliver your keynote graduation, Mr. Menashe Makava.
Thank you, Deirdre. So where are the graduates? Can you just raise your hand? I want to see where they are. All right. Thank you. Yeah, please, let's another round of applause for them. Well done. Well done for showing up and well done for having the hunger to learn. Well done for qualifying to get to the starting line. You notice I didn't say the finish line, the starting line. A great man once told a story that some of you will recognize. A man had a fig tree planted in his vineyard, and he would go there for about 3 years trying to find fruit, and he kept finding nothing. And so after getting so frustrated, he told the gardener, cut it down. Why should it use the soil? And why should it take up space? That's the only question that any ecosystem that we exist in is going to ask of us. Are you bearing fruit, or are you simply taking up space? Right? But the gardener pleaded for 1 more year to dig around it and feed it. So graduates, hear me when I say this. In these past few weeks, when you're going through this program, this cohort, you had gardeners digging around you and feeding you, all with the hope that you will get to the starting line and that you will go forth and bear fruit after this day. And I'll just want to have you remember the theme of this conference, right? It's from presence to power, right? So over these past weeks, when you're going through this program, you built the machinery for presence. You structured the LLCs, you got yourselves to be findable on Google, you started to automate, and some of you are chasing certifications, which is very good, right? But presence on its own is simply taking up space. So what bridges presence to power? Purpose. In fact, I'll rephrase that to say movement with purpose. And I say movement because just having purpose and sitting back is really not doing anything. But if you're moving with purpose, then that's when you get power, right? Dr. Namdi was talking about, was telling me about the push to have people get more involved in legislation, go out there and vote, right? If you're in business, you're in politics, okay? And so if you move with purpose, then that presence that you have established becomes power, because once you have justified this space that you're taking through your purpose, if someone then pulls you out of that system, then that system is going to break, because all of a sudden nobody's filling that purpose, right? And so that is what power is. And so a registered, findable, and automated business with no purpose is just dead weight, a passenger in fancy clothes. Okay. So for the next few minutes, I'm not going to add to your machinery for presence. You already learned that over a 4-week program. I want to give you 3 pillars that give your purpose legs. Okay, and I'm going to start with, look, the 3 pillars are what you build, who you know, and what you know. So I'm going to start with what you build. Okay. So with the what you build part, that's where a significant mindset shift is required. I lead with this pillar because 1, this is where most small business owners get stuck, and it blocks them from scaling and from truly achieving their purpose. And 2, this mindset, what you build pillar, is also the one that unlocks pillars 2 and 3. And I'm going to go into them for you to understand what I'm talking about, right? But without the necessary mindset shift, some of the pillars I'll talk about will seem like distractions. Okay, and so the first pillar, what you build, be a clock builder, not a time teller. Right? Because if you're a time teller, what happens? You can only tell time when you're conscious. That's 1. 2, and your impact as a time teller is limited to where you are, right? Geographically. But if you're a clock builder, there are no limitations. Whether you fall asleep, whether you pass on, the clocks that you have built, they outlive you. All right? So let me get off the philosophical and let's get a little bit practical, right? In the book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, The second habit is begin with the end in mind. And I would like to invite you all to begin with the possibility of tell yourself, I would like to build the business as if I have a plan to sell it for a jaw-dropping valuation in a few years. And why am I saying this? Because the discipline of building something that's transferable for millions and millions or billions of dollars is the same discipline for clock building. It's the same discipline that makes that business strong and make it outlive you. But there's a mindset that has to break for that discipline to really manifest, right? Two things that strangle most small business owners is one, being in perpetual survival mode. And two, believing that you have to do everything yourself. And if you really think about it, these two things, that's time telling right there. And that's not clock building. Okay. And when you do it all yourself, there are a lot of other parties that actually pay the price. It could be your health, your marriage, your children, your faith, and even the community you're a part of pays for it in the jobs you don't create. And your business pays for it because a company that leans on one exhausted person is fragile. But the moment that you decide to build something that could stand without you, everything changes. You start moving to a different beat, right? You stop asking, how do I do this? And start asking questions like, who do I need to do this? So that's the who, not how mentality. That's a great book. Look it up if you have never read it, Who, Not How. And guess what? The more sellable your business is, the more financeable it is. And so when you structure your business to outlive you, you unlock fiscal flexibility, which is highly important, right? It creates options for you that give you the room to do what you need to do in order to really hit hard at reaching that purpose you want to do. It gives you the ability to grow your impact. And I'll just give you an example of what that could look like or what that looks like from my own experiences. So in the banking world, as an entrepreneur, you usually can't get financing at good terms until you've owned that business for at least 24 months, right? But to reach my purpose, after I acquired my first business, I needed capital much earlier than that. So while I maintained my relationship with my big national brand banker, I invested in relationships with decision makers at community and regional banks and gave them the opportunity to come and witness in person how we operated, how we were structured, how we were built to last, and the lasting impact that we were making in the community. And because they saw something real, they believed in the risk being less than they would have initially thought. And in that first year, before I'd even hit 12 months of ownership, they financed a piece of equipment that was worth $500,000 at a very, very favorable rate. So what am I saying? Build something worth backing on purpose. All right. The second pillar is who you know. Okay. The owner who builds to last goes looking for the right people. Even in the Garden of Eden, with everything perfect, God said it is not good for man to be alone, right? There's a whole stack of research that actually converges on one finding, which is financial success is powerfully tied to your social capital. So it's not about what you know. It's not about the innovation of what you have created. It's more about your social capital. So say plainly, who you know can decide whether your business dies a quiet death or if it can skyrocket towards your purpose. I'll say that again, I'll say it slower. Who you know can decide whether your business can die a quiet death or if it can skyrocket towards its purpose. There are a lot of other statistics and studies that have been done to double down on this aspect. I think Harvard, they made a study where they researched about 21 billion friendships, and they found that the strongest predictor of whether a person rises out of poverty was not their school and not their neighborhood, but it was whether they were connected to people in higher opportunity circles. Right. And so, yeah, of course, sometimes those connections can come through school or your neighborhood. But the point here is it's all about the network that you invest in and who you know. Okay. When I said to bring it back to some sort of reality of the clouds, when I set out to raise capital on my first acquisition, I was a first-time potential business owner at the time. It came in oversubscribed. I had 100% more offers to give me money than what I was looking for. Okay. But guess what? The people that this money was coming from were people who I had studied alongside for a lot of years, people who I had broken bread with in my previous careers. I have had a number of different careers. Be it people I worked with, workmates, juniors, superiors, people I've met at conferences, and even clients. Those are the people who got me 100% oversubscribed. And some of them even said words such as, I don't care so much about the business opportunity you have presented to us or the prospect of returns. I'm all in because it is you who's coming to me with this. So again, the purpose that I am pursuing today, it got its backing because of the rooms that I spent time in and building the relationships long before I even needed them. That's what that's about. Okay, so to make it a little bit practical, what does that mean for y'all today? When my construction businesses joined the Associated Builders and Contractors of Georgia, which is an organization that brings together the entire construction industry in the United States. Well, this is the Georgia chapter. I heard member after member talking about doubling, tripling, quadrupling revenue, not from a new product, but from being active as members. And so what I'm asking you to think about today is to identify organizations and rooms that you want, that you're not a part of today, and get yourself in those rooms. But you need to be strategic about which rooms because it takes time, right? But also the catch as well is you can join all the right groups in the world, okay? If you're not strategic about which groups or where to inject yourself, and also if you're not active because you're buried in your business doing everything yourself, then you're gonna miss the mark, right? And so that comes back to that pillar one that we talked about, the who, not how. Freeing time to invest in community is not a luxury. It may actually be the highest return decision that you get to make all year. A paralyzed man needed to reach Jesus, but the crowd was too thick. So 4 friends carried him onto the roof, tore it open, and lowered him on his mat to the feet of the one who could save him. He didn't walk to his breakthrough. Instead, his circle carried him there. So look around you. Like literally, look around you. All the people beside you. This is not just a mere audience. Okay, it is a circle. And one of the beautiful things about being in the right circle is it also helps you bridge critical knowledge gaps that you didn't know you had, right? Which brings me to the last pillar, what you know. The owner who builds to last hunts for the knowledge to do it well. Master your craft, that's one, but figure out where your gaps are and close them fast, okay? There's an old story, I love stories. I think I'm gonna be one of the best grandpas ever. There's an old story about a frog at the bottom of a well, and that frog was not lazy, it wasn't stupid. In fact, it was the best frog in that well. It knew every stone, it was leaping from wall to wall. And it told every creature that fell into the world that this world was the finest place in the world. Until one day a turtle from the Eastern Sea described the ocean. Water too wide to measure, depths no drought could empty, and no flood could fill. And the frog went quiet because it had mistaken its well for the whole world. So I'm gonna call you frogs for now. So the question is not whether you're a good frog, because most of you are excellent frogs. But the question is whether you have mistaken your well for the ocean. Because your ceiling easily becomes your business's ceiling. When the owner stops growing, the whole thing stops. So I'll tell you a little bit of an ocean moment that I experienced, right? Years ago, I discovered something that most people in America never get to find out, and that is that an ordinary person with no famous name, no fat bank account, can buy an established business, profitable business, from a retiring owner, even without a blue passport. I don't have one. But I became aware of that through my circle, through my mentorship organization. And I spent years doubling down on my knowledge, filling that knowledge gap I had about how to actually execute on this. And my world just got bigger and bigger. And that is what knowledge does. It doesn't shrink your purpose to fit your sight. In fact, what it does is it expands your perspective to fit your purpose. And my turtles were the people, right? The right rooms and the right relationships. So let's get practical. Start a reading bucket list. As you enter new rooms, ask people you meet what their favorite books are and why. This one? One, two, check. Can you hear me? It's not the mic. Adora, can you hear me? Okay, perfect. All right, so as you walk into new rooms, ask people that you meet what their favorite books are, okay, and why those are their favorite books, and put them on a reading list. An excuse I always get from people, even from some of my leaders in my organization right now is, oh, I don't have the time. Hello. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I always get the excuse that, hey, I'm busy, I'm grinding away, I don't have the time to read books. Think about this. This is not New York City where people are walking all over. This is an environment where people are driving. Think about how many hours you spend in your car driving every week. You can convert your car into a classroom, fill it with audiobooks, right? As you enter new rooms, join new organizations, raise your hand for events where they're talking about subjects that are not familiar to you. But just have that passion to learn, just as you have done joining this cohort that you joined, right? And just give yourself one simple rule, which is no 1 week will pass before I feed myself and consume something that grows me. Okay, remain a student. So let me bring it all home. It begins in the mind. You decide to build something that can outlive you. And then that decision sends you looking for people who can help you, the right people, the right circle. And then the right people help open your eyes to what it is that you don't know or what you didn't even know that you didn't know. Okay. So the truth I want to leave you with is you do not rise to the level of your ambition, but you rise to the level of the knowledge, the systems, and the people you build around you. Some of you may think, well, you know, purpose is such a soft word, and it's a nice word for graduation and nothing more. Well, let me give you something that helps crystallize this. Two researchers, Collins and Porras, they tracked companies built to last against their closest rivals for a period of 65 years. And based on their studies, $1 invested with those companies in the cohort of those built to last, those that were purpose-driven, it grew over a certain time period. It would have grown to over $6,000. Whereas that same dollar, if it had been invested with the general market, it would have grown to about $400 over the same time period. So a 15 times more value creation from the businesses that were built to last, that were purpose-driven, versus those that were just generic. So purpose is not the opposite of profit. Over a lifetime, it's actually the engine of it. So coming back to this, right, do not be a passenger. Wherever you are, you may be thinking, yeah, I built this business because I'm trying to take care of family back home. I'm trying to do this. Get out of that survival mindset. Stop being a passenger, okay? And figure out what that purpose truly is that you're serving. And justify your presence, justify your place with purpose and movement. You've just been handed the tools to live your purpose out loud. Take them and just run wild. So on Monday morning, not some other day, Monday morning, pick one room that you don't belong in yet, one banker, one mentor, one community, one association, and get yourself in it. One room. And that is how the ocean gets bigger. Congratulations, graduates. Now, please go forth and bear fruit.
Say that it was an excellent experience. I say that this was an excellent experience. I say that this was an excellent experience.
All right. Well, we're at the time where we give out the certificate for the Business Igniter graduates, and we'd love to invite Ms. Deidre back on the stage. Can you please put our hands together for her? Thank you. We wanted to play a video of one of the students, and probably their feedback, but I think the internet is lagging, that I wonder if I should put one of the students here on the spot. She said no. We had her loud and clear, and I wasn't even talking about her. But I wonder if I should put her on the spot to just give us just a quick 30 seconds, 1 minute overview. If technology would fail, humanity would not fail. So can you put our hands together for Miss Mary? She wasn't expecting this, but quickly, Miss Mary, come on, let's see practically all that you've been taught, learned. Just a quick overview, 30 seconds, 60 seconds.
Okay, all right. Hi, everyone. I'm just going to say a little bit of what I said in my testimonial. So the program for me was more than the amount that I paid to get in. And there was a lot of things about it, right? I was talked in many places, many faces in my business, and that program gave me clarity, okay? Number two was the quality of people that they invited, right, to take the classes. I don't think they're just people you can get anywhere. And for somebody like me, I've spent a lot of money trying to get the same thing. And so it was just unmatched for me. It was powerful. It was beautiful. The time that was invested in it, I felt like it was valuable, very valuable, much more valuable than even the time and the money. So thank you, guys. I don't know if I'm saying it enough, but I just want to say, if you're here, you're a business person, and whenever you see the flyer for the next cohort, don't even think about it, because you're not going to get the same thing anyway. And I mean it. I didn't get paid to say this, so it is the truth. So thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Like she said, many more. When you see the next flyer, please sign in droves, tell people about it. And I wish like I said, I wish the video was playing, but we're just going to go straight right into it. I'm going to be calling out the names of the graduating students. We don't have all of them here physically because, again, AIM has a global presence in the global diaspora, but we do have a couple of our the graduating students here. And for those that are here, they will come up on the global stage to get their certificate and get a picture taken. So the first person I want to call out is Toluwanimi Ajani. She's the founder for the 8th time. She is not here, but please, she's an incredible young lady, participated, very active, growing her business, very engaged, and we're super excited and looking forward to just the power of her business that is really serving the diaspora. The next one we want to call is Temilola Aduroja Oluyemi. She's the founder of Imni Wealth Group, LLC. Also an amazing, incredible female entrepreneur, all about ensuring that there's wealth in the diaspora and our community. The next graduating student I'll be calling is Lydia Akingbile. She's the founder of Prime Ed Solutions. Yes, let's clap for them. Even if they're not here physically, they are watching online, and we're encouraging them. So let's give them a round of applause for their hard work and investing in themselves and their business as well. The fourth person I'll be calling is Doris Akpovoa. She's the founder of Access Africa Couture LLC, and she is here in person. She's wrapping her business. Yes. Congratulations. Oh, she wants to say stuff, and she's not paid, by the way.
Yes, I was supposed to give my testimonial, but I decided I was going to do it in person. And thank you for giving me the opportunity. So I actually joined this program like the day before it started. So someone posted it in my church group and said, entrepreneurs, join. And that's how I immediately clicked the link, joined, and then it started the next day. Unfortunately, I didn't attend the first class because I already had a program, but then it was recorded. So I listened to the recording and it was mind-blowing. First and foremost, I was surprised at the cost. It was quite cheap. And I was like, well, I've paid so much for many trainings, many programs and all of that. And seeing this one and the way it came through, I was a bit hesitant, but eventually when I got in, it was mind-blowing. I learned a lot. I started this business, Access Africa Couture, barely a year ago, and I missed out a lot of things. So through this program, I've gone ahead to rewrite my business plan, and I've learned so much. I know now where I can get resources. So really, if you're an entrepreneur here, I really advise you, I really recommend join this program. It's going to be mind-blowing. It's going to change a lot of things in your business. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Amazing. Do you want to get your picture taken? Can we please put our hands together for Ms. Doris? So many things were said in her review. I hope we caught it, right? The fact that it was recorded, the fact that it was excellent, the fact that she found out about the event in her church group, again, the power of the right community, and the fact that she started, but yet it's not about how long you start, it's about the structure behind your business. So thank you for investing in yourself. And again, we can't wait to see your organization, your business in a global scale, and we know it's already started. Can I get an amen? Okay. All right, the next person we're going to be calling is Masichi Chukwuemeka. She's the founder of Masi Brands LLC. Can we put our hands together? She's not here in person, but she's joining us virtually. The next person we're going to be calling is Dr. Layomi Balogun. She's the founder of Majestic Eagles Financial Services LLC. She's also one of our sponsors for today, an amazing pillar of our community. Thank you so much for all that you do. Oh, wow, yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. As she said, my name is Lion Balogun. So I joined the cohort, Dr. Namdi and Stella. So they said, okay, Dr. Yami, you can learn from this. So I did. And I wasn't able to do all the classes, but the few that I did was so powerful because I learned a lot about AI. I learned a lot about I was in a class with Business African Couture. They were talking about how you can go to different organizations and meet with them, and like the one I'm trying to get is they were encouraging her. She was a little bit down with her business, and they were encouraging her that she can go into film industries. And I was like, oh my goodness. Then all my friends that are in business with as she is, they didn't know that. And that small information, I was able to even tell my friend, I was like, did you know you could do this? So it was so powerful. And for my own business with the AI, and they gave us all kinds of resources, it was very good. For that price, I would say, thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Can you put your hands together again for Dr. Lyomi? Second time that we're hearing for that price. I wonder about the price for the next cohort. Maybe we can have sponsorships from corporate and government that could, cover that. But he said yesterday's price is not today's price. Well, okay, calling up the next person, we have Kevin Michael Tokpolo, founder of Tribu LLC. He's not here. This is a sibling-owned business. I want to call that out. It was brother and the sister sent the brother to come and be a part of this accelerator, and it was really great seeing them work together. The next graduate we want to call is Nkechi Ogbor, to the PharmD MPH CPH Texas Southern University. She's also not here, but please can we put our hands together for her? And the last but not the least, we have Mary Adebisi, COO, Director of Training, Crest States Consulting. Woo! All right, I believe that brings us to the wrap of all of the graduates, but I'm going to hand the microphone back to the founder, Dr. Nnamdi Iheanacho.
Thank you very much. Quickly, that last picture is going to be the best picture because that's the husband. All right. Really quickly, like we mentioned, we had incredible faculty, and this one we just decided to do last minute. They're not here, but I'll still invite Dedra back to receive a certificate for our faculty. It's a appreciation for all of our faculty who helped our students through the program. So Jean Rinchowski, we have a certificate for him. So Dedra, you help us deliver to them. On behalf of AIM, Giselle Fernandez and Todd Masters, I'll give you the certificates for them on behalf of AIM. Thank you all so much for being a part of this. Where's Mr. Sahid to continue the program? We're not done yet, so don't be, it's the best is yet to come. Where's that MC? All right, please.
All right, like he did mention that the best is yet to come. We are at the final conversation here, which is our fireside chat. I want to take a moment to really say thank you for being patient. Because I know for sure that we are way past time. It's Crystal, so I really appreciate you being patient with your time and still wanting to pour into us. And so today's fireside chat, we're talking about turning knowledge into action. So this is our closing conversation. I'm going to be taking a moment to read the bio. Can you just give me a second? Yes, so I'm going to be reading the bio, and I'm going to be inviting Ms. Buki, who is the moderator for this. So Buki Faporiji is a communication strategist, community leader, and advocate dedicated to empowering individuals and strengthening communities through leadership, education, and civic engagement. Her work focuses on fostering meaningful conversations, building partnerships, and equipping people to create lasting impact. Fun fact, she's also an African Immigrant Collective knowledge partner. If you don't know what that term, yes, can you put your hands together for her, please? What that term means is that within the African Immigrant Collective, we have a pipeline and an ecosystem of experts who give their time to pour back within the community. And so we host master classes weekly. And so they talk about anything that touches the diaspora journey, from real estate to tech to mental health to finance and all of that. And so she's one of our AIM knowledge partners, supporting initiatives that promote leadership development, knowledge sharing, and community empowerment. Can you please put a hand together for Buki as she moderates this panel? Keep clapping. The faster you clap, the faster she walks. All right, so and then I am going to also be calling Miss Crystal McErath. She is also going to be speaking here on the Fireside Chat. She's our key speaker on this conversation. She's a senior supervising attorney for economic justice at the Southern Poverty Law Center, with a distinguished career dedicated to advocating for justice, equity, and access to legal representation. Her work in discrimination law, nonprofit leadership, and community engagement has made her a respected voice on issues affecting individuals, organizations, and undeserved communities. Admitted to practicing before multiple state and federal courts, including the United States Supreme Court, Crystal is passionate about educating, empowering, and inspiring others through legal advocacy and public service. Can we please put our hands together for Crystal? Come on, keep clapping, yes.
Hi, Christy. Hey, everybody. How are we feeling? Well, first of all, I'm proud of you all for being here today. It's Saturday. It's a great sunny day. You could be anywhere right now. There are parties going on. There's one event or the other, but you're here today to hang out with us. So clap for yourselves. A round of applause. A round of applause. And secondly, another round of applause for this conference. We've had a lot of great speakers. I heard a lot of right? You've had so much knowledge and information, and I just want to appreciate the convenience of this event. So a round of applause for AIM Collective. So like I said, we've heard a lot of great stuff, but this is where we kind of close it out, right? And I know we've heard of civic engagement, advocacy, all of that good stuff. So I would say this conversation is more two-factor, what's that? 2FA, two-factor authentication. So all the great stuff we've had, we want to just kind of reiterate that, right? So please just follow along for the next 40 minutes, hang out with us as we take us home. And to do justice to that, pun intended, I have Crystal, an amazing speaker, to take us through that. So Crystal, thanks again. Welcome today.
Thank you.
Now,
I like
my
that
first
two-factor authentication. I like.
right? So my first question on how do we go from knowledge into action, right? So it's not enough that we've heard of this great stuff. What do we do about it? And some of us care, but don't know what the next first step is, right? Like, what do we do with all of this information? So my first question to you is just getting started with civic engagement, with advocacy. Sometimes when we hear about this, sounds like buzzwords, but they're really not. Some think when you hear civic engagement, maybe a lawyer has to do it, an elected official, right, a policy advisor. So my question to you now is, many people care deeply about the issues affecting our communities, but aren't sure where to begin. So what are some meaningful ways everyday people can become engaged regardless of their profession or immigration status?
Absolutely. I loved where my brother started with reading a new book, your reading bucket list, adding something to your weekly schedule would listen to. Just last night, we concluded Vacation Bible School at my church, and I told the teenagers that you water yourself, you nourish yourself by some small daily practice, reading something and growing yourself. And so I think I would start there as well. There are a lot of guides and resources put out by some of our civic organizations, our civil rights organizations here in Georgia, like the ACLU. The League of Women Voters is a nonpartisan organization that puts out a great elections guide for all of our elections. They just did one for the primaries, and they'll do one again for the general election. It's nonpartisan, but it's always very thorough on all the issues and all the candidates. I circulated in my circle. So educating yourself on what's on the ballot, what are the issues in your community, educating yourself on some of the bigger picture issues in American politics, US politics. But then on a local level, go to city council meetings, go to county commission meetings. One of the things that I have been very vocal about for the last several years, in 2020, everybody was protesting the summer of social unrest. Everybody had a lot of opinions about who was being tried for what across the US. But I would counter people and say, but do you know who your district attorney is? Do you know who your sheriff is? Because those are elected officials in your community. And so when we're mad about who's being charged, we forget that we had put that person in office. And so we've talked a lot about voting, and I don't want to just keep that conversation about voting at a high level, or we talk about turning out in November. When we forget that the judges in Georgia are all elected in May. They're not even on the November ballot. So if you don't go to the primary, you don't vote on your judges. So when you're mad about who's being sentenced or who's being charged, we're not just talking about high level showing up in November. We're talking about being invested in primaries, and then runoffs for that May primary are in June, right? And so big decisions are being made early in the year. Local elections, county commissions, and city council set budgets. So when we get upset about headlines about people who perhaps are being mistreated while incarcerated, or the conditions of our local jails, or about which municipalities cooperate with ICE, those are decisions that are being made by city councilmen and county commissioners who are also on the ballot, right? Mr. Cupid, Craig Cupid's wife, is the chairwoman for all of Cobb County. I'm purchasing a home that is outside of the city, so it's unincorporated Cobb County. As far as I'm concerned, she's my mayor for all important purposes, right? She is my elected official at the local county level who decides what my taxes are, what those taxes are used for, how much of those taxes get used for the improvements to the jail, how much of my taxes does, Chairwoman Cupid approved to go towards the sheriff, and then all types of related issues are decided locally. Even most people don't know that the fines and fees that our court systems collect. So if you get a ticket and you have to pay a fee to the court, maybe you pay the actual ticket, but then you also pay a $30. They tap administrative fees on for everything, right? All those fees fund our jail systems or our court systems in different ways, okay? And so those are all the fallout of the smallest elections, council persons and commissioners. And those are elections that we really pay attention to, because we think that who we elect in office at the very top affects everything. And don't get me wrong, I got a lot of opinions on how that impacts people too, right? I can tell you how in my work, and maybe we'll get to it later, who's in the White House does indeed impact the social services and the community benefit programs that are out there in our communities. But let's not overlook the fact that you can just go sit at city council meetings. I do it. I go to planning and zoning commission meetings, and you're thinking like, listen, I have a lot of things to do with my time. I have 2 kids, I have a job. Like this is not just because I'm bored, but because the planning and zoning commissions are the ones who are involved in rezoning, which is one of the most common ways that people of color lose land, access to land. It's also, even if you don't own land, it also determines where they'll allow you to build an apartment complex, right? Because there's all the economics behind wanting to build an apartment complex. So we don't want renters. We want to keep our property values.
They're not in my backyard.
They're not in my backyard. And so all of that, I want to know what the zoning commission is doing. And some of these NIMBYs are at every zoning commission meeting raising their hand and objecting to minorities, immigrants, Black and brown people who want to start a business. I watched a woman who had run a hair salon for 20 years find out that the zoning had changed. She had run a hair salon here, right? And so every level of government, I believe, will do what they can get away with and no one's looking. And so the most important way that we can have a voice is to make sure we're always looking at every level.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Crystal. That was a powerful response. Thanks, Crystal. And as you were speaking, something struck me, right? And I hope that it resonated the same for you as well, that ignorance is very expensive. Like, we cannot afford to be ignorant, because a lot of these things are because we just don't know. But guess what? We are still responsible for the education as well, right? Nobody's going to come force feed you information and say, hey, you should know this. You should make that proactive step of literally putting yourself out there. And things start like just you attending conferences like this, right? So thank you so much for that response, Crystal. I'm going to piggy back on one of your comments you made, and this has to do with how do we make advocacies last? So you touched on the protests in 2020, and to me, we have communities or organizations kind of mobilize, organize when we have like really burning issues, right? Like matters of urgency where people, rally together for that cause. But sometimes it feels like a one and done versus having like a lasting, continuous, right, machine, advocating for, issues of that matter. So here's my question to you. You've spent your career working alongside underserved communities fighting for justice. What have you learned about what makes advocacy efforts successful over the long term?
Anticipating it being long-term. Everything ebbs and flows. And so maybe we make small gains, and we did. In 2020, we looked like we were making gains. We make small gains, and then the folks that we're fighting will figure it out, and they'll pivot. And then there will be perhaps a regression, or now we're responding to something else. The key, I think, to making sure that we're talking about movements and not moments is thinking about how we show up long term. How do we, those of us who are committed to social justice, advocacy, any kind of change, think about doing this in the long term? So for those of you who are starting business and nonprofits, like from the jump, what's the succession plan? How does this work that you're doing live beyond you? Because I hope you retire soon. Like, I hope you retire and live a wonderful, beautiful, peaceful retirement, right? I hope you get to walk away from this thing, and I hope that it outlives you. So from jump, what is the strategy to make sure that first you are able to show up in the ways that you want to show up in a way that is sustainable over a long career? Okay. So what do I need to show up in my full power? What do I need to be able to do this work, to show up and commit to this movement in a way that's sustainable? So if I like, not in a way that burns out in 2 weeks, where I've used my full power, but it was too much because I can't keep up at this level. How do I show up at my full power over a long career in a way that's sustainable? And then how do I walk away and know that others can too? And so I think sometimes hustle culture gets us. We've started all these businesses, right? We are breaking generational curses. We're doing different than we've ever seen done. And we're trying to provide a legacy for our family or our kids. And that means that maybe we've had to work a 9 to 5 while also being part of an incubator, while also going back to school to get additional certifications. And we do it all ourselves. How do we think bigger than that? Maybe you've had a particular experience that motivates you to jump into starting a 501c3 nonprofit where you are going to address this one particular injustice that you've seen. But what if there's someone else who's already working in that space and you can just add your knowledge to what infrastructure they've built and you can combine it in a way? Sometimes our hustle culture about we got to do it on our own because we don't have the connection. We didn't come up in a country club, or maybe, our hustle culture. And that's not even adding immigration status. Like the things you got to hustle to fight and overcome, and you did that yourself, right? Like you're used to always continuing to do that yourself. And so sometimes the longevity of it requires us to step back and say, I don't have to do it myself. And one of the things I've heard in this room, I think it's one of the topics we talked about getting to later, I think immigrants have figured out in a way that we haven't in America. I'm not an immigrant. But those of us that are US born Black Americans haven't figured out how to do community the way y'all do. The way immigrants ride together, like the conversations that y'all were having today, you already know that. And so I think in this space, the strategy is how do y'all preserve what you all know about community, and don't let US hustle culture or any of the division that you were just talking about, right? You were just talking about the way we try to divide you. Don't let us. And so your success rides on you holding on to what you already know, thinking about how to work together, thinking about making this a sustainable movement. You're going to show up in your full power over a long career, then you're going to walk away knowing that you have done it together and the next generation got it.
Thank you so much, Crystal. Thank you so much. Just to add a little bit to that, I loved your response on that, but one thing I took away from that was, yes, having the passion, but then you realize that even the passion doesn't take you far, right? You can have passion, but if you're not consistent, you fail at it, right? So I think it's the right mix, the right cocktail of, are you passionate about a cause? What are you passionate about? But are you showing up too consistently? Like, are you putting yourselves out there, right? And so, just having that right combination, I think, is a good way to start having that mindset, because it all starts in the mind as well, right? So thank you so much for that response. I appreciate it. My next question, slightly similar to that last one, still on how do we make advocacy last? But when we rally, mobilize, organize, all of that good stuff, again, some of it is more reactive.
Yeah.
Right? Is more, oh, something happened, now we're out in the streets. Okay, now we're speaking up. Versus proactive, right? Like, how do we kind of build infrastructure? What does that look like, right? So here's my question. Community organizations often respond to crisis, but lasting change requires sustained engagement. How do we move from moments of urgency to building lasting civic power?
Now I'm thinking I didn't answer the last question because what I said before is my answer to this one. Building lasting movement is exactly what you said, more than responding to moments.
Yes, exactly.
It is trying to hold the both and the here and now and the future of saying, I want to, what do you envision society looking like? Do you envision a society that doesn't ask for your race? I think someone said, like, when you're checking boxes to get benefits. And so it's holding that at this moment, we are fighting for rights that many of us thought had already been established. But we haven't lost sight of what we envisioned moving the ball forward, right? So we're holding both and maybe this goes back to where we're doing it in partnership. Who's got right now, or who's holding the line on this voting rights issue right here? And who's still building for expansion of voting rights, right? Like, one person's fighting perhaps the regression to hold at bay what may feel like a challenge or an attempt to take us backwards. But don't forget that there was still a goal of moving us forward. 10 years ago, there was still more work to do. And so maybe that comes in the partnership and in community where we're working together to preserve what we have, but also still holding on to a vision for more.
Thank you, Crystal. Next question has to do with coalition building without losing our voice. And you touched on that early when you kind of rallied us. I loved how you, Nigerians to say ginger, right? Like, you motivate us, like you lit a fire under us, like, you guys, you already have this, just kind of going all the way on it. So to your point, we as African immigrant communities, we're very diverse, right? Different countries, languages, religion, tradition, cultures, all of that great stuff. So if you're talking about diversity, we have that, but how can we start to think that we don't have to do it all in silos, right? Like, to your point, like, not a me against the world, I'm conquering on my own by myself, and the burden feels so heavy, right? Like, how do we kind of straddle the line where we keep that balance of, yes, we have our own identities and we have our own wants and needs, but across, we can still come together and build shared power across our communities. So here's the question. Coalition building has been central to many civil rights victories. What lessons can African immigrant communities learn from other movements about building partnerships across communities while maintaining their own unique voices?
I mean, our liberation, our freedoms have always been tied together. And I don't think that as a US born Black woman, I was taught that enough. I don't think I heard that enough. And it seems to me, I heard Jacques Laurent start and talk about how Haiti helped Greece. Literally the first I've heard it at my big old age of 41, okay? But, you know, y'all know this. Y'all know your own individual histories in your individual countries of your liberation, and then you know several others. And I mean, I consider myself a pretty well-educated woman. I've done okay for myself. I have a bachelor's from a very good school. I have a master's. I have a JD. I have degrees. Okay. I'm no slouch. And I don't know, I'm confident I don't know as much about the fight for liberation as y'all. Any single one of you, I'm confident, could pull me aside. We could go get coffee and you could put me on to what it's like to fight for identity, for freedom, for respect. And I don't mean what it's like that you were there. I mean that you know what that experience was like in your country and in the neighboring country and then in a country that you all worked with. And you've learned that in schools. It's part of culture in a way that it is not here. And one thing that, I mean, I think the whole world know Americans get wrong is we just are ignorant. And yet also very self-aggrandizing, self-centered, and have this very inflated view of our role in the world without, I mean, it's quite ignorant. And so what I have heard here today has been so informative, educating, inspiring. I don't think I'm qualified to answer the question, to tell anyone in this room how you maintain your collective power. But I can assure you that from what I've heard, even when Sister Adriana was up here talking, I don't think there is anything that unified immigrants could not do in US policy, advocacy, elections, period. And I am using immigrants to refer to Black and Brown, not just in terms of numbers, but perspective, power, history, richness of culture. I don't think there is anything that immigrants could not do in the US or otherwise on the world stage if unified. And so perhaps that's just where I'll leave my answer. If you just remember that despite our arrogance and ignorance, we don't know what we're talking about or how to do what your countries and your people have done.
Thank you, Crystal. Thank you so much for that. And while you were speaking, something struck me, and that was the fact that I loved how you said or charged us with, there is nothing we can't do. And the reason why I said that is because if we are honest with ourselves, the very first no we receive is us. The very first no you hear from anybody is yourself. You first tell yourself, oh, I can't do this. Right? And so if you already tell yourself you can't do it, you don't need an outsider to tell you can't do it because you've already decided right off the bat that you can't do it. And so thanks for that, because I want to charge us again, not to think from a no perspective. We can do it. The question you should ask yourself is, why not me?
Or why don't others want me to believe I can do it? Why don't US policymakers and elected officials want you to know what immigrants could do if unified? Are you kidding me? Do you know how you would burn this country down? What? Did y'all record?
But you know what she means. You know what she means. But yeah, it's absolutely, absolutely not being our own first no, not being the limits to what we can achieve, right? And just because unity doesn't mean sameness, right? We can unify and still, or unite rather, and still have our own unique voices, chase our own passions, issues that still matter to us, right? But I still feel that we go a little bit farther with that shared power, right? I think what's that saying that says, if you want to go fast, you go alone. Right. If you want to go farther, you go together. So I think that is a nice way to kind of put a little bow on that question. Yeah. So here's my last question, Crystal, and thanks for hanging out with us so far. What do you want the attendees today, what do you want them to live with out of this conversation and today's conference? What's one action you hope every person takes in the next month or even beyond to strengthen their community or advance the causes they care about?
I would love, where I started, I would love for you all to attend a local council or commission meeting. Agendas have to be posted online. I think it's online, but they definitely have to be published. I believe they are all posted online with whatever supporting material. So whatever that body is going to talk about has to be made available to the public with all the documentation that they might be reviewing. And even if it's not intentionally relevant, or you don't feel like it's particularly relevant, there's nothing on this agenda I need to worry about. As many people have already said, elected officials recognize faces. And once they see your face pop up at meetings, they're like, okay, who is that? And now I've got to remember her name. Oh, that's Stella. Well, where does Stella live? And why is she popping up at these meetings? And it really confuses them when you pop up a few times and don't ask for anything. Don't speak on an agenda. Just sit there and attentively listen to 3 council meetings over the course of 6 months or a year. And now they're like, is that person? What is she getting ready to do? Get ready to and you're like, yes, I am. Attend a city council meeting, attend a commission meeting, educate yourself on just something. Pick one thing. Someone here said start with a passion. I'm sorry, I can't recall which speaker it was. Start with a passion or an interest. I wholeheartedly agree. If kids tug on your heart, I love the babies, right? If kids tug on your heart, then maybe go to one of your school board meetings. I didn't talk about that earlier. Let me tell you about these school boards. You want to talk about where discrimination is bred? The rates at which our Black and brown, y'all already know this, the rates at which our Black and brown kids are being disciplined and expelled from public schools in the state of Georgia. Okay, go to a school commission meeting, a school board meeting, if you just care about the babies, right? Wherever if you care about the environment, maybe you want to go to a commission meeting when they're voting on taxes and the use of green spaces. If you care about affordable housing, that's the county commission too. They get to decide what to do with fair housing funds, affordable housing stuff. Just pick one topic that you want to educate yourself on, maybe find a book on if housing is your issue or your question. I can picture the cover. The Color of Law by Rothschild. Is it Rick Rothschild? Richard Roth. Okay. The Color of Law is an outstanding book. It literally talks about how housing discrimination in the US has been government created for decades. In whatever city you want to live in, Black people live in quote unquote ghettos. Immigrants lived in quote unquote ghettos because the government allowed, drafted, supported segregation, like in federal law, in mortgage rate. Do you have it? Well, who's the author? Rothstein, Richard Rothstein, thank you. The Color of Law by Richard Rothstein. He also then did a follow-up book with his daughter. It's called Just Action. So in the first book, he outlines how this is the law. This is not a coincidence. It's not our fault that we're poor and we can't afford, but no, they had laws for decades that prevented lenders and renters from allowing us to live there. When they were building housing projects that were allowed to accommodate minorities and immigrants, they structured it even down to the rental rates ensured that we would put 3 families in one unit. So it has been by design that Black and brown and immigrants, and in those days, at some points, those were immigrants that included like Irish Americans, right? Like the European immigrants that weren't cool or weren't approved. But they were all intended to be living in overcrowded homes, units. This has been by design for we're probably coming up on 100 years. This has been by design in the US, right? So the first book outlines how this is actually not a coincidence. These are laws. And the second book talks about like, how do we move forward from this? Just action. Okay, now we know that this is not just coincidence. You're either born poor or not. This is by design, and here's how we move forward as a society. So if you have an interest, and I don't know if I brought enough cards, but find someone, say, hey, what's a resource? Where would you start if this was your interest? Increase your knowledge, and then be present and let our elected officials see who's watching them. I guarantee they might make some different decisions about funding allocations if they saw a whole bunch of beautiful African prints showing up in their commission meetings every couple of weeks, right? I mean, like, listen, this right here is a site. Y'all should be at commission meetings just like this. And it's not a crowded room, but just be seen. Let them know that they're constituents and looking good. And, go be seen and watch how they change what they do when they're watched. You would be surprised how many wildly impactful decisions get made in an empty room. They have to vote in public. But if no one from the public is there,
That was a word. That was an absolute word. And what I'm taking away from that is, like, I know I've always kind of figured that out, but information is key. Information is absolutely powerful.
most county commissions are 5 to 7 people who vote in a room about this size that is completely empty every month on decisions that impact. Cobb County has 800,000 residents. I think Gwinnett is bigger. You voting on taxes, education, jail, sheriffs, zoning for 1 million people in a room that can fit 100 and might have 3. I'm going home, y'all.
And it's almost stereotypical to not expect people like us to be in the room. Because they'll be like, yeah, they don't care about it. They want to go work 9 to 5. They want to go hustle for whatever it is. That's what we care about. I think we need to flip the script. Like she said, if we show up and they're like, okay, maybe it's a one-off occasion, but if I'm actively putting my face in your face,
Come on.
now what you gonna do about it?
Meet to the gods. My face gonna be there.
Right? What are we gonna do about it? I mean, sometimes well, it pisses me off because sometimes I talk to my friends like, hey, did you hear about this? And they're like, what's that? I'm like, girl, you are living in a bubble and you cannot afford to live in a bubble. Like, I don't want to hear you complain 6 months from now, like, oh my God, well, this is why it happened. Because you don't even want to care enough to pay attention to issues of this matter that happen literally every day. And to your point, you make a really great point as well. Like, most of these laws get passed or bills or whatever the case is in empty rooms, but your presence or lack of it does not invalidate what they voted for. So if you like show up, if you like don't show up and have an effect, that law still counts. Whatever they voted on, that issue still counts. So what I'm going to charge us with again is let's start showing up, right? Let's start showing up, to her point. I mean, even if it's not city council, if you don't have city council, I think most of us live in HOA environments. I know we hate our HOAs, but what are we going to do about it, right? You hate it, but you hate it enough to want to make a difference. How about that, right? Oh, school council. I literally vote. I actually ran for school council in my school environment because I'm like, okay, let me just run, right? And I got elected for my local school council. I'm serving 2 years on that. And I get to be a different voice in the room. So when they show me results and they are going through, okay, this is what it is, like month after month, I challenge some of it because I'm like, have you thought about this? And they're like, oh, thanks for sharing that. If my voice wasn't there, whatever they've talked about is what would get affected for the kids, right? So I know it sounds cliche, representation, but yes, representation is absolutely critical. Crystal, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I'm going to open it up to I'm going to open it up for questions, a couple questions.
Thank you so much, Crystal. That was really very informative. I would say that. And my question is about representation. When you say we need to show up at the council meetings or all that, I just want to I haven't been able to go to any. I know my pastor has been asking me to join him. You live in Melbourne, you need to show up for these meetings, but I have not. But after being here today, hearing all this, I will.
Yes.
Thank you. I will.
Maybe these submit.
I will. I will. So my question is that when you go to those meetings and when they are voting, do you have a say in what they are voting for? Or can you vote as somebody that lives in that area? So I don't really know how the process works so that I can get myself equipped to know what to do when I go there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for asking that question. I jumped right in and didn't really kind of lay the groundwork like for how this works. And I'm glad you called me on that. Every county, and I am talking county, because our state legislators really don't have, I won't say they don't have the power in the decisions that are most impacting us. The most devastating decisions I have to fight as an attorney, a civil rights attorney, have come from county commissions. County commissions have to follow the rules of their individual county. There's something called Muni Code. It's literally municipal code, MUNICODE. That is online where you find the code, which is your county's law. You can go in there by county. You could type in Gwinnett, so it's Municode, MUNICODE. It'll be every county's laws will be there. It's down to zoning, how far the church has to be from the liquor store for every county. And there will also be the rules of what your county commission has to follow. So they have to publish notice. They have to share that they're going to vote on something 14 days in advance, usually. Does it have to be put in a local newspaper? That can vary from county by county, but it's in Municode. Most county commission meetings do not allow people who are observing to participate. You can't talk, you can't ask questions. But on certain topics, they have to hold a public hearing before they vote. That's your opportunity to be heard. Public hearing is usually when individuals come up for about 3 minutes at a time. They say how they feel about a topic that the commission's getting ready to vote on. Sometimes they can ask, well, you can always ask questions during your 3 minutes. Depending on how packed the room is, the commission can decide if they're going to answer them. It really depends on the county commission or their rules. I've seen those questions answered in real time out in Villa Rica. The county commission was getting ready, the city was voting to take a bunch of people's land. You know what those people look like. It's gonna take mom and them's land, a whole bunch of people, and build a road. They answered questions during their 3 minutes. I've been in others where they won't answer questions. They just maybe make note. The questions are now on the record. Maybe at the end of the meeting, a commissioner will get up and try to answer a bunch. Maybe they won't. They just take it into consideration before they vote. Generally, a public hearing is when you're allowed to participate. And then at the commission meeting, when they vote, you just observe. But for most commission action, you can challenge what they voted on in court within 30 days after they did it, most of the time. Again, that varies by county and what they were doing. But even if you weren't able to be heard, you can file something to challenge or appeal what they did within 30 days, most of the time. So Municode is where you start. And if you ever have a question about how do I understand Municode, or I'm trying to figure out this question for Gwinnett in Municode, can you direct me? Call me.
Thank you, Crystal. I was wondering, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I was wondering, does the same hold for cities as well, for city councils, or do they have a slight, because I know for my city city council, they are obligated to post like ahead of time. They're obligated to share the agenda. So these are things you can do like before the meeting happens, like you can see what the issues are, what they're about to talk about. But to her point too, sometimes, most of the time when you show up there, you're not allowed to talk, right? But after the meeting, you can go directly talk to your city council, whoever is representing you, your officer, and still let yourself be heard. To her point, put your face in their faces, right? Let them know that, okay, someone, and they will know your name, cares this much about this issue, that she's come up and spoken about it, right? At least that part registers. But I know that we have a similar cadence with city council as well.
You're exactly right. In any city or county commission, there's one of them who you elect based off of where you live. Email that person when the notice is put up, what the agenda is. Say, I have an opinion on this. I won't be able to speak, but I want you to know I have a concern. And they should be responsive. And then similarly, I actually think the cities actually seem to do better than the counties. about allowing public comment. A lot of cities I have seen will just leave a period on the agenda for public comment, and it can be on anything. And I can go in and say, I don't like what you did last month. They're not going to vote on it anyways, but I can just go in and spend and there are people who do that too. They go they take their 3 minutes at the beginning of every city public comment to just say, I still don't like what you did last month.
Be one of them.
Be one of them.
Right. Any other question?
Oh, I'm not allowed to talk.
Just hold this online.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Crystal, for taking time of your day to sit with us. My question is really simple. Are you running for seat?
Am I
Are you
running?
running for any seat?
I ran for judge a couple years ago. Let me tell you, it is not for the faint of heart, but it sparked something in me where I do this, where I talk to people about the power they have to elect people they don't realize they can. Because what I noted was that when I ran for judge, nobody knew we voted on judges in our Black and brown communities. That to me was a tragedy because frankly, statistically, now I live in Cobb County, statistically, we are the ones who stand in front of these folks. They have entire systems. The powers that be have systems in which they make sure that when a judge steps down, they do it before or off an election cycle so that the governor appoints their replacement before it comes back to vote for us. And then every now and then, when somebody does have an open seat, again, it's on the May ballot, which has typically about 10% or ish of like voter turnout, right? And so the people who show up in May decide who rules on your brother's DUI. And that to me was a tragedy that we didn't appreciate. We didn't know. We don't know who we can elect. We elect our judges, we elect our sheriffs, we elect our DAs, we elect our commissioners. And so I have run. At this point in my life, I enjoy talking to people about civic engagement and the power that we have on election day. I don't anticipate putting my name on a ballot on election day again anytime soon.
Yet, never say never. Never say never.
Oh. Well, thank you.
See, we have people, Crystal. Yeah.
It's a lot. And well, thank you. If I do, I'll make sure that y'all are the first to know.
Yeah, you got supporters already. Look at your committee already, right?
Y'all are too kind. Yes. Y'all are so kind. Thank you.
So I just want to add a little bit to what you said. So I grew up here, I came here in 96 and got my citizenship because I delayed it in 2008, right? No, sorry, 2012. 12, yes. Unfortunately, I didn't vote for Obama the first time. It was heartbreaking, but I did the second time. So I've not missed any election since then. I think all but one, and that was 2 years ago, local election, and it was heartbreaking also. But I make it a duty to vote. And I typically vote straight D, right? I typically vote, sorry if I don't mean to offend anyone, but there was an issue I had and a judge was running. The judge that I met on that seat, a female, not going to mention no name, she was fantastic. And she wasn't a Democrat, right? And every time I vote, right, that particular individual, I make sure that I take it off, right? Sometimes it's not really the party. You need to know the individual. You need to do a little more research on it. So because of that individual, I read now before I go inside the booth. So it's not just voting as you jump in. Typically, most of us and people that look like us who want to vote during presidential election. Presidential election is good, but the local election is where the action is. And I encourage everyone to please, if you are not, make it a point to take action to vote.
Yeah, thank you so much for chiming in.
Okay, this is gonna be the last question, folks. We gotta wrap it up.
Thank you to both of you. Crystal, I guess this question is going to be for you. I think this event is great. Here we are having this conversation, and I'm realistic to know that we're small. And the reason I say that is that, just like what Buki was saying, when you talk to your friends and some of our colleagues that are very smart, well-educated, they don't know. They don't have time. So then part of me is thinking, realistically, should we have some kind of wide allyship? Because I look at my older neighbors, they got time. They vote. I'm going off to work. I got practice after school. We got, you know what I mean? Like, but they have the time. They read the papers. So then I just wonder, in your work, has that been a successful relationship for those who get it? Because I know that you have the people who are on one side, they don't want to see what we see, they don't care. But for those who are, I would say in the last 5 years, 10 years, the country has changed so much with the information that people are, I mean, if they were denying it before, they can't deny it now. So I just, I'm just thinking that this is great that we're trying to do what we can do, but the numbers are there on their side, you know what I mean? To kind of get them to come over.
Yeah, no, I wholeheartedly agree that we often find ourselves with strange bedfellows and like partnering and working with people that we would not expect to have shared goals with. And I will say personally, it has challenged and pushed me a lot. And it's something that I have had to learn and really be far more open-minded about. And I don't trust either of the two major parties. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you to just go vote down the line. I'm being recorded. So that's not what I'm saying. Like, you'd be shocked at the Republicans. That's not at all what I'm saying. I have had to unlearn a lot of assumptions about who we should be inviting to work alongside us. Some of my work reinforces a lot of my assumptions too. But I've learned a lot of assumptions. And so I think you're right on. And so the idea that we have to pull people over, I think, is probably the point that I push back on. I'm not sure that those lines exist except in our heads. And I heard some of that earlier today. And that was kind of one of the first things that kind of y'all got me by my collar a couple times. That was one of the first ones. I'm not sure that some of those lines really exist except in our head. And so I think, to your point, one of the most effective tools I have found is simply storytelling. There is something about your story that any single human being on earth will relate to. Except maybe the orange one. But most of his people will still relate to something about your story. And an area of personal growth for me is being willing to tell my story or listen to stories when I assume that we disagree on 7 other points that matter to me. That is something that I would encourage you all to join me in trying to unlearn. We may not all agree on reproductive rights. In Georgia, that is a big hot topic, and I chose it intentionally, right? I would assume that in this room, we are not all aligned on reproductive rights, or there are probably other less biased ways to put it. But still, we've had really meaningful connection about how to advance the rights and the cause of immigrant justice. And so that is exactly the thing. Your neighbor, and listen, like League of Women Voters, organizations like that, they really are run by probably exactly who you're talking about. The people who are doing the work are retirees. They are often white women retirees who care strongly about this. They've got the time and the resources, and they make these beautifully detailed guides for every election so that you can know every issue and every candidate. These are indeed the people that you might want to know a little bit more about what it's like to be an immigrant in Georgia. The burden, the barriers that Representative Lim talked about facing to be able to vote. Even once he had his citizen 5 times, are you kidding me? I can't imagine, and I don't even know what else I don't know. I think our stories are powerful. I truly believe that every time we open our mouth, we are either having a connecting or disconnecting conversation. I don't think there's any gray area in between. So every time you open your mouth, you are either drawing someone in or pushing them away. And I think more often we realize we have the opportunity to connect people simply by telling our stories.
So we're taking one more contribution from here and we're wrapping it up, okay?
Yeah, I just, I wanted to just comment on what the last person, his question, he said something about being realistic and the fact that we're small. And I do not agree with that. I think I'd like to be positive and not, negative. We're a lot. It just takes being intentional to put the word out there and get our people to be involved in what we're trying to push. There's a saying that I grew up with, well, in university, and it says, it doesn't have to be white to be right, okay? The white folks, and we're not trying to be divisive, they're welcome to join us. However, what we're pushing is for African immigrants. And for me, I was even going to talk to Dr. Namdi and say, hey, maybe we need to expand to not just Africans, but people of African descent for us to form, collaborations that can push us as Africans forward. We don't need to, go to ask white people to help advance our, movements or course. Those folks, those people that those professionals that don't have time, like she rightly mentioned, if you tell them the stories, if they understand what we're trying to build, the goal in front of us, I think if they understand and they see what the end result is, more than likely, they'll be willing to join. So it's up to each and every one of us sitting here to push our agenda out there to us, not to, if you get what I mean. I'm not trying to sound divisive or anything, but this is about us. This is about brown folks. This is about us wanting our voice to be heard and making policies that will benefit us in the future. So let's, go out there and preach the gospel. Hallelujah.
Thank you.
And the church said,
Amen.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. So you can round up, okay.
Okay. So again, a round of applause for the beautiful Crystal. Thank you so much. I can say clap it. But yeah, she's giving us a lot to think about, right? I'm sure a lot of us took notes. Thank you so much for taking notes, for our note takers in the room. Thank you so much. And I'm sure a lot of us have felt that fire lit under us now, right? We kind of came in a little complacent, right? But now we're like, I got to do something about it. So that's what I'm going to, you do something about it. Who's running for something in the room now? With all you've, I love it. I love it. I love it, right? So our next city council member is in this room. Our next city council official is in this room, right? Our next HOA, whatever, is in this room, right? So it's not just to listen. We need to act. We have knowledge now, but what do we do with it, right? We need to act. And so that is my last and final parting word to you, to take all the great stuff you've heard today. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, but I want us to, if I see you next month or 3 months after now, I want to hear something different. I want to hear you did something with the information you heard here today. Thank you so much for joining us. It's great hanging out with you guys.
Please give it up again to Buki. She did a great moderation there. And to Crystal again, a big applause. We're going to take the pictures now. Okay. So Stella, please join them up front and take the picture real quick. So don't forget your hashtags. Impact 26. So don't worry, folks. We're about 15, 20 minutes at most. I promise you we'll be out of here. Okay? Thanks for your patience and working with us today. All right, please give it up again to Crystal and Bouquet. That was beautiful. I learned a lot myself. And while all that has been said, I mean, let me please read to us again the mission of HAIM. I think that would also address some of the questions that's been raised and also for people to understand. If you look on your tables, I'm sure each and every one of you had a copy of this. You can look around you and please speak it. There is a barcode right there. If you scan that barcode, it also would help you to have access to answers or links to some of the questions and also how to continue to communicate. If you haven't followed AIM platform, as you know, now we're in the technology world and social media is the new gateway for advertising and communication. I encourage each and every one of us to please follow the social handles, okay? As the African Immigrant Collective across all social media handles. It wouldn't make much sense that we come in, we have all this great conversation, and we're not supporting the platform or pushing by numbers. At the end of the day, let's be very practical and intentional within ourselves. We can sit up here, we can get some of our colleagues who have ran for office, those who are sitting in office right now, come through, share all of those great things with us. At the end of the day, it's all about the numbers. No kidding. It is all about the numbers at the end of the day. Crystal laid a lot up here. Some I wasn't even hoping she would say, but she did. And I'm glad that she did, by the way. Yeah. So you're not alone, sis. The bottom line is this. There is a blueprint. All right. The same mindset that you see that plays in the corporate world and your place of employment, while some of us are maybe entrepreneurs and you're trying to beat for contract and you see it's all about networks and all those stuff and blah, blah, blah. You meet all the conditions, but yet you're wondering why you were not chosen. It's because the deal was already closed before the application went online. There's a blueprint. The same thing works in the public sector. So it's important that when this information is shared, you support this kind of platforms. To answer some of the questions, sir, the truth is, I would use the analogy for a soccer team. Everybody got their roles to play. Imagine if the goalkeeper comes from the rear and tries to go all to the front. And the ball loops over him. And who do you think is going to catch the ball if it try to come to the net? Exactly. So my point with that is not everyone will see the light like you have in this room, but they have a role to play. So when you see everyone, never discredit anybody, but just understand in that moment, in that season, their role is probably not to be at the forefront. They could be at the back end to actually do one or two things. But for those who have chosen to be at the forefront, and I'm not promoting AIM, I'm not paid to do so. Trust me, for those who know me and for those who would like to know me, I say it as it is. The same way I will put them on the hot seat and call them out if they do not represent. My point is, when we find entities that have chosen to be at the forefront, we need to support them on the back end. Your donations, information at your local county level. You send all of this across. So right now we're building an aggregation of network. I have someone sitting on the back in the room as well, who's actually responsible for an active role for we all as immigrant Africans, especially here in Georgia, to collaborate more together, because that's also been a challenge. We're not collaborating. We see multiple layers trying to do the same thing. Why should I try to do what AIM is doing when they're doing it pretty good? And I have another entity that could actually maybe do something different, and they're pretty good at it as well. So I just bring them both together, let's collaborate. So the point is, at the end of the day, be informed, stay informed, respect our younger ones. They will make mistakes, let's not cast them out. Let's draw them all back in, but it comes back to what? Know your place in the entire scope of the work. Play your role, support others, learn, stay informed. And those county meetings, those municipal engagements, that's where it really all starts from. Every county has got a website. So please, I encourage you to go familiarize yourself with your county website. All the information you need is on there. The meeting times, the things they're going to follow up on voting for or not vote for. For those who are new to it, go back and watch some of the hearings that has taken place before. So you're able to understand the pattern, because there's a blueprint, like I said. And please, lastly, I'd like to close on this. Know your public safety leaders. Even when the county leadership are a bit wonky, the public safety leaders, I'm talking about your chief of police, the sheriff, the fire marshals, the whole 9 yards. Those guys in public safety, they got real good strength. So if you can hold on to that, our families are safe. You all can see I never mentioned anything about race. And I'd like to close on that note and invite our founders. Oh my goodness, I'm on camera. I was about to say something. Okay. Yeah, the point here is this. You all Americans, okay? So I need you to start living like Americans. All this conversation about African immigrant or Asian immigrant or Latino immigrant, come on, man. When you go pay at the store, do they ask you where you're from? When you spend that dollar, does it ask you, oh, where did this come from? So the point here is this. We're privileged to call ourselves Americans. We're privileged to call ourselves humans. Let's live as Americans, achieve as Americans, support this nation, hold those who are trying to have certain race, a certain group of people, okay, be at the lower bottom. Let's hold them accountable to recognize that without us, there is no business, there is no America, there is no citizenship, there is no global engagement. Because we make the engagements that you see about this country outside happen. Because it all starts with us. So please go back home, rally your troops, and let's see your faces outside. So on that note, please join me as I welcome Dr. Nemdi, Madam Stellar, to actually give us a closing remark. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for the engaging, the active, the amazing Mr. Saheed for carrying us throughout today. Wow, what a day. I've been on my feet and it's been well worth it. I want to say thank you so much to everyone here for just even being what would I say now? The remaining. We had a movie called The Remaining. You all are the remaining because we know we are way past time, but thank you for being here and being present. And my work here is really simple, but just throw out a word. What has stood out to you today? What's one adjective you used to describe today? Informative. Okay.
Session was about now that we have the knowledge, what do we do? And I'm emotional because Stella and I, a couple of years ago, we were recognized within our community. I can't even remember the award. And as I look at you, as I attended this session, what stood out is that you guys are very impressive. And Nnamdi, I met you a couple of months ago too. We sat on the same table. And to my brother's point, I will be honest with you, I'm 55.
And Dafe knows for years, I'm like, I need to get involved, I need to get involved, I need to get involved. For years, Shegun, right, who is a state rep, when he moved to Georgia from Detroit, he came to my church. I welcomed him, and I've seen how he's grown. And to your point, we need to act. And I'm talking to myself here because I'll be one of those people, lived in a bubble, had a career for 30 years. I'm going to pivot into having my own business. I know so much, just like Crystal said, you know, very educated, a lawyer, tax lawyer, 30 years progressive experience. But have I showed up? No, because I'm living the American dream. Nigerian origin, born in England, been in America for 25 years and lived the American dream, but it's not enough. We need to show up. And thank you. And I want to be involved in your mission. And what you said is good. We don't have to have different infraction. What works? I'm committed to you guys because what I saw is excellence. What I saw is being committed to the cause. I know it's stressful, but you've got my vote. You've got my vote. And I get emotional because she did something with that plaque. Mine, I'm sure it's gathering dust somewhere on my shelf. And kudos to you guys. And even the speakers that you brought, it's informative. I think this is my only Nigerian event I've attended. I'm like, okay, you know what? Because I'm a little bit, you know, I'm high maintenance when it comes to places I go to. So you guys have done a fantastic job. Really proud of you. So thank you. Amazing, excellence, good speakers, good call to action. I took notes. And on Monday, I'm going to be meeting with Auntie Deirdre, and there's lots of things I need to be connected to. But the first thing is to attend my local Gwinnett. And I have lived in Gwinnett for 19 years. I pass this building every day. I can walk to my home from here. But this is the first time that I've actually come to an event here. And like I said, I'm just glad. And thank you for creating this platform. And I pray that, you know, God will continue to bless you. I'm a Christian, so I'm going to have to pray, right? That God will bless you and send destiny helpers to help lift this, because we need this. We really, really do. And numbers, unfortunately, we don't want to do the work, but and I'm talking from my own personal experience. And thank you. Thank you. Because every year, for years, him and my husband, they've gone, I don't know, decades as friends. But for the first time this year, I committed to show up and to be in the room with the right people. So thank you for having me. I know I spoke.
Please can we put our hands together? That is just, I think, a perfect way to really summarize why we do what we do. I remember when we were planning this event and I was speaking to Mr. Saheed and he asked what does success look like for me? And I said, I'm sure it would be different for what success looks like for him. You know, for me, it was more about, I want people to come here and see AIM as a reference point for economic mobility of African immigrants and the global diaspora. And that could mean different things. And that's why I actually had a question here. I wanted to ask people in the room, if I ask you, what does AIM do? What would you say we do? What would you say AIM represents? I'm just curious, and it doesn't have to be long. When I say, what does the African Immigrant Collective do? What do you think that is? Power building. We might add that to the mission statement. What do you think AIM does?
Sincerely, I never give it a thought. Sincerely, right? But let me add to something else. So Nnamdi and I played soccer, outdoor soccer together, where I was undisputed biggest loser. No, I was the biggest loser. Ask him. He's like, there was nobody, because I lost the most weight out of everybody else, right? And you look at that, and it was like, to many, it was just soccer. We just played soccer. You know, we played how many games when we joined the league, and we didn't win any, right? We didn't win any game. Most of our game, 100% we lost. But I still remain a winner in that, because I came and I lost weight, and we need to get back to it. But that aside, that I met a lot of people like him, right? Where it wasn't just a tangential relationship or a soccer game. It was a relationship that's going to build up to something that I never thought about, that today I'm sitting here at 10 o'clock in the morning when I'm supposed to be in my bed watching one useless show or the other, but I'm here learning, gaining knowledge. So Nnamdi and I had lost touch. Then I ran into him at the wife at a restaurant. Then I created a group somewhat similar to this, and he posted on that group, right? So the group, thinking that it's going to create something, right, is evolving. And as I'm sitting here, right, what does African Immigrant Collective mean? This is what I was trying to do. And I'm glad, it's like celebrate others, right? I'm so glad, brother, that you have done this, because I don't know how I could have.
Yes, please, give it up.
I don't know how I could have done this. I just want to get a bunch of African traders together to come and sell something. And now I'm having like some serious conversation. I'm listening to people who are well read, like with ample of knowledge. And in life, we say borrow map, right? So I can borrow Crystal's map. I can borrow Mr. Koye's map. I can borrow a whole bunch of other people's map. We all have accents, but we don't think we accents, right? So I am really honored and happy that I didn't waste my Saturday watching YouTube channel. Thank you very much.
Well said.
Thank you. I would say for me, EMS means promoting entrepreneurship.
Okay, thank you so much. Promoting entrepreneurship. Hi all. I would say this is they put a community together, but they have the vision. They know what they want to achieve and how they're going to do it. The rest of us probably didn't know that, but today my eyes are really open. I don't know when they're going to close, but they're open. So I really appreciate today. I really appreciate as well all the speakers, and Crystal, you explained to me certain things I've experienced with people that make me feel, yes, I'm an American, but I'm not an American. So I understand a bit more now, but I just pray that we'll all become more united, whether we're from Africa, from Asia, or from America. Black Americans. We need to unite more. There's so much we can do together, and I believe this group can make it happen. Thank you so much. Okay, can you please put our hands together for everyone who have shared? And the reason why I say that is because I want you to see yourself in the work that AIM is doing. People will see different things and perceive different things through their perception of life and the lens that they have. Because this work cannot be done by one person or two persons. It's not my organization, it's not his organization, it is our organization. And it can only be sustained when we lock hands together and bring parts of ourselves and our gifts and our talents. Because there's only as much as we can go if it's on the shoulder of one or two persons. And then these great ideas will just die prematurely. And then we wonder, why are we not a movement that is actually moving? Why are we just a monolith that is static? And that is not what AIM is about. So I want you to please think about, how can I actually contribute? Because I'm going to leave here and go outside, and life with life. Bills will bill, and the children will call your name 1,000,000 times. And so the question then is, what can you do right now to move yourself forward in being a part of the work that AIM is? Right now, if you look at this brochure, which we picked up at the very last minute before Office Depot closed yesterday, we have multiple QR codes in there. And I want you to take some time to go over it, honestly. The front, of course, for our advocacy conference, we always want to make sure that we leave everyone with something tangible. There's really no point being overwhelmed with information and there is nothing that it translates to. There's really no point, because they've just gathered and it's almost like a waste of time. But I know that for the fact that you're still here, it is absolutely not a waste of time. So people are going to do something. In fact, next advocacy conference, we want you all to be speakers here, because you are in council, you are in leadership, you are in politics, you are in policies. That is the action that we want to take. We want more of our people in places where power is being brokered and our voices are loud and our presence is visible. And so right here in the front of the brochure is Your Rights Matter. So we have something tangible for those who want to know more about their rights, how to apply it, scan the QR code and just download it, read it and all of that. If we keep on going through the brochure, we have our mission statement and our vision statement. I know one of our sisters said about, getting out of the African immigrant community. We have an Haitian, we have an amazing, our director of advocacy, Anthony Cassandra, she's Haitian. So we're not just boxed into just the African, immigrant community. Yes, that's our core audience and our core brand, right? But the diaspora journey is similar to everybody. We're going through the same pain. I think Adriana mentioned about if someone has a pain here in America, the same pain will be felt in China.
Yep.
So there's much more that we can do, like breaking away from the shackles of isolation. And so please, yes, we said the African American community, but the work we do, I can imagine this place being filled with the Latinas and more people, right? Everything we've heard here today applies to each and every one of us. So yes, please, strategic partnership is very key to us. We want to lock hands with those who are also of like mind, same mission, same vision with us. And so that's a way, think about it. Do you know someone? Do you know an organization? Do you know a for-profit, a non-profit? Do you know people who want to put their wealth, their weight, and their work behind what we're doing? Please make the introduction, let it happen. And then, of course, last but not the least, we have the Catalyst program, which is the graduation that happened today, the Business Igniter. I know someone who mentioned that she was going to be part of the next cohort. We also have the QR code there as well. If that's something you know of, I don't see why we can't have hundreds of people being a part of that, honestly. It's easy access for our community, building scalable businesses, building profitable businesses. I think it's a wonderful win for our community as well. But last but not the least, just a quick overview of some things that we do within AIM. Every month, we have something we call the weekly masterclasses. Every Saturday, our knowledge partners give back to the community. Buki is one of our knowledge partners. These are just people who come and speak to the community for an hour, literally. Talk about anything that pertains to the diaspora journey. It's open and it's free. And that's where the Catalyst program came out from, because once a week for an hour was good enough. But imagine having 4 weeks of specialized and specific programming and knowledge and education. That is tangible. And so we have our weekly masterclasses where we talk about career, business, leadership, and just information that nobody gave to us when we came here. We also have our monthly immigration clinic. Yes, monthly immigration clinic. We have our in-house attorneys that give up their time for free and speak to families, speak to spouses, speak to kids about what to do when it comes to their immigration matters. And that is also for free and it's open. Not just to the AIM community, we have people outside also joining as well. That is, like I said, people that are navigating the system and they feel alone, they have an attorney who can listen to them and help them. And of course, our summit. Listen, our summit is our crowning and our grounding event for the year. It's September 4th to 6th. Also, the QR code is on this flyer, but I really want to encourage everyone here to please come. It's multi-day. We are covering from business to entrepreneurship, to legacy, to wealth, to career, everything we're covering. We have vendors. We promote businesses within our community and outside of our community. We're looking at having, sponsors. We have keynotes, all of those things. And we actually are going to be having something we call the deep dive session. If you're not aware, education is very important to us as well. So we're going to be having deep dive sessions throughout the 2 days where you go in and you leave with something. It could be a business plan, it could be an AI, dashboard, whatever it is, but that pertains to your journey so you can succeed. The speaker form is out, and we'll share more about that much later. But I really encourage everyone to register and sign up today. Don't leave here without, taking an action or making a move. And last but not the least, before I pass it over to Dr. Nnamdi, volunteering. Can you please put our hands together for those who have been really, listen, I always say that we're a small and mighty team, but I feel like my mighty team is like, we need more people here. So I really want to encourage everyone, please. We call our volunteer team Impact Partners because they are literally giving their time, their expertise. Look at Mr. Bayo over there, feels like, oh my goodness, he's the media guy, ensuring that we are good with sound, like we're live streaming. There are so many of them. We have Ada right there. Look at her. She's probably going to drag you to come and give your reviews after. And we have, a lot who are also not here too. And Mr. Sahid, who we've already brought in. Can you put a hands together, Mr. Sahid? We have incredible impact partners, and we want more. We want more. Give your time, give your money, You know, we have donation as well, but there's something for you here. That's why I asked you, what does A mean to you? So please, again, all of that QR code is on this brochure. Don't leave here without making a move. And I am very sure that you won't leave here without making a move. With that being said, can we put our hands together for Dr. Nnamdi Iheanacho?
Woohoo!
What a day. Before I say anything, I want to, as if Auntie Dedra hasn't done enough, she still has a raffle to give away to someone. So I want to invite her back to just give somebody something. Just, as if you haven't given us enough. Just come give us more stuff. just give us more stuff.
Price, you put your card in here. So if your card's in here and your contact information, I got you. Oh, so if you registered, did you put your card in? Did you put some information on it? Yeah. Okay.
You gonna put your card too? You got the real. I know, right?
Please make sure you drop your thing. You can win something now. Make sure you're putting the right thing in the box. Let's put any card in there. Yeah, it's a very powerful resource.
Okay, all right, so I'm gonna shake it up. So, oh, okay. So yeah, so make sure you register because that's the part. 'Cause at the end of the day, just like Nnamdi and Stella talked about, the dollars that we get from Verizon, it's all about us exposing.
No, you already put your card in the box. You didn't put those in.
65 courses. So you need those courses. That's your continued education, like Muneshi talked about, right? Continued education. So if you registered, this is the honor system. So one person's coming. Okay, here we go.
No, two actually. I got you. And this one too.
Well, actually, what's going to happen is this, because I'm going to shake these up and then I'm going to throw them on the desk, and then somebody's going to, and you're going to pick one. Okay. Okay. You want? What do you want? You want to do it?
Let me have that.
Oh wait. Oh. Okay.
So please make sure you register. If your card is called in, I check and you're not registered.
Thank you, sir.
You won't be
for the
getting it.
accountability.
Okay. I'm gonna come over to the other side. Okay.
Okay. And just so y'all know, the doors are locked now. So seriously, they're locked. So I had to keep that door open.
You guys.
Okay, you ready? Oh, you know,
You got it?
you know what? Let's put them in the bag. How about that?
Get closer.
So these are translation iPods. I just want you to know something.
So we registered?
Don't put them in the bag. Okay, just keep them here. So these. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Okay. See, there's strategy to this. Strategy is important. So these are translation AirPods. So you have to have an iPhone to use these. But the cool thing is that when you put these in, so I just want you to know they work because I went to the nail shop. Well, and she cut my cuticles, and I said ouch twice, and then I said I want a new tech, and then she said something ugly about me, and I was like, oh, okay, so I'm at a new nail shop now. They work. Now, we don't want that kind of toxicity in our lives, but the reason that we're raffling these off is because don't let language be the reason you're not doing business with someone. Don't let language be the reason you cannot expand your territory. Okay. All right. You ready? Let's go. Oh, you got to turn. Okay. Drum roll, please.
Drum roll.
I don't know how. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, here we go.
Shazam.
Jesus.
That's how you say it?
Well, that is spooky. Look, my girl was doing the king. Look, now she's like, hey, look.
That's what you call instant manifestation.
Instant manifestation.
Congratulations, Cookie.
We gotta get a picture.
Wow.
Thank y'all for being here. Thank you for
Thank you, Deidre. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you very much, Dedra. That is awesome. Well, congratulations, Buki. I mean, like you deserve it, right? Well deserved. Well deserved for all you do for AIM and beyond the community, beyond AIM. You do so much. So thank you. Wow, what a day. What a day, what a day, what a day it's been. You know, like I said before, I know how we envisioned this day going. This is incredible. It's better than. I'll tell you a quick story. Last year was the first time we had this advocacy conference. Our venue was supposed to be Georgia Tech. We had the venue, and when we got to Georgia Tech to have the event, the Yellow Jackets had a game. And so we could not get to our venue. And so we left, you know, thank God we had our office space. We pivoted immediately, and then we still had the events at our location. You know, but to a year later have it in this space, in this beautiful situation, with this caliber of speakers, with everything, just when we got here in the morning and there was an event going on, and there was I like Kakatabasheke, I reject every force. If you every year, yeah. Okay. No. Something in me stirred up. I was about, you know, but just to see between that and now, and having the event, you know, just grand and glorious. I am truly grateful. So I want to say thank you to you all, you know, everybody who stayed since morning, and staying till now. Thank you. Thank you for believing in what we're doing and the work. I want to especially thank all of our speakers. Crystal, thank you so much. We just met, and through a sponsor's recommendation, and you know, we spoke one time, and you just said yes, and you've been saying yes. You know, thank you. That's all I can say. Thank you so much for your hearts. We could feel your hearts, and this is your family now. You have an extended. We are part of your journey. Well, yeah, you see, you see, you see. So you're home. So thank you, and to all of our speakers, though most have left, all of the elected officials that we've had today. We've had a good array of speakers. It's been a great event. Community leaders, thank you all so much. Legislators, a lot of them had events and they have second events that they're going for, but they made time to be here. You know, I just want to make sure I say thank you to them. All the representatives, all of our various speakers across all the panels. I want to especially thank our sponsors. We had a few sponsors for this event, you know, who Nigerian Center, Majestic, Eagle Venture, and Star Technologies, and also just all of everybody who believes in what we're doing. Thank you for supporting. I want to appreciate all of our AIM officials, all the leaders inside of AIM that do work. Again, a lot of people are not here, but we have a very, Attorney Cassandra did a lot of the, you know, groundwork. I know the things that I enjoy doing and I don't enjoy doing. And she's all the emails and keeping up and doing those parts. I would have missed somebody's email. I'd have just dropped the ball somewhere. But Attorney Cassandra, you know, she held that down in the middle of fighting for justice. And every day she was like, man, my meeting ran long. We had somebody that's a case that we're dealing with. And she'll still show up and follow up and coordinate with speakers, you know, just really wearing her. In fact, one time we were like, okay, maybe Attorney Cassandra is getting too busy. Let's help out a little bit. And she got mad at us for trying to do her job. So that's how passionate, you know, the people we have are. So all of the leaders, all of the officials, you know, Stella's talked about Mr. Bayo and his whole family is part of AIM. not just him. His whole family work with AIM. They do every event since we started. Mr. Bayo has been, apart from the one that our launch event at the summit that we launched that you were not there, but that's how you got introduced to us. Since you joined AIM, you've not missed an event. You know, I just want to say I acknowledge you. So thank you so much for all you do. Your family, again, you bring your family along with you for all of it. So thank you. There's so many good people who work within AIM as our leaders. And it's a very diverse group. Like I said, there's different nationalities represented. Our board members, you know, there's different nations. There's outside of the African continent that are part of our leadership. So Randy come here, lead a session. She's not African, but she just loves us and she's poured herself into our work. And so I just want to take time to really, all the people, it's easy to say thank you to big names and all, but the people that are really doing the work behind the scenes, I want to make sure that they're getting the spotlight. So thank you. And I, again, Gwinnett Chamber Foundation, I can't say thank you enough to Dedra, to the chambers for believing. The first time I met and myself, and I was just going through my presentation and my pitch, and Dedra was listening, and I just kept on going and going and going and going. Like, okay, this is what we're going to do. It's like, this one will work with you. I didn't know what that meant, but just conversations kept on happening, and eventually we started doing, okay, this is what we're going to do, and she did this, and for me, okay, this is what I'll do, let's go. And when we finally finalized this arrangement to do the Business Igniter program, it was a big dream come true for us, because that's something we really wanted to do. We wanted to go from information to transformation, and make sure we're not just telling people we believe and let's do it. How are we equipping people to ensure they are actually doing it and going and being successful? So really big thanks to the chamber. We want to congratulate all of our graduates that completed the Business Igniter program. Again, congratulations. We are rooting for you. Please hurry up and make some money so you can pour back in. We made it very cheap for you because I'm going to start sending emails. We have an event coming up you need to sponsor. Remember when we were there for you? I'm going to be writing those very emotional, like African parents email. I sold my car for you to go to school. I'm going to emotionally blackmail all of you. You better hurry up and be successful. But we're truly rooting for all of you. We can't wait to see what you build. Congratulations again. Everyone who just came and plugged in. We had a lot of fun during our office hour sessions, outside of the classes. People came with just questions. And again, shout out to Randy. Randy ran the business office hours. And she just came and she shared willingly. There was so much information that were being given outside of the actual classes. So again, congratulations to everyone. Please get plugged in. Stella talked about getting plugged in. Please get plugged in. Start with at least join our WhatsApp group. We have WhatsApp. Let's if you're not on our WhatsApp group, please join. Even if the information is, you feel like, don't leave. It's there's some people who are like, okay, you leave the group. Don't leave the group. Join and stay, right? Forward it to somebody. It means something when you are there. The numbers going up just tells us the community believes in what we're doing. So please join and share with somebody else. Volunteer. We need help. We need hands. It's exciting, the vision. It's easy to be a visionary, but nothing encourages you to continue the vision when you see people putting their hands to, like, you know what, I'll bring my skill, I'll bring my time, I'll bring my talents. Whatever you can do. There's so many opportunities to serve within AIM. So please, we encourage everybody, now that you are, don't just say, man, you guys are doing a great job, and then no, come and join us and do the work, right? Just come and join us and do the work. That's how we can continue. That's how we can build on the successes we're having so far. Leadership, there's opportunities to lead. That we'll be announcing those to the community very soon, where we have openings. So again, just get plugged in so they can know when we open those up. But we have a few leadership needs that we want, positions we want filled in the leadership. And please donate, right? Donate to the cause. I've been pushing a lot this year for recurring donors, even if it's a $10 a month donation. We want to know, okay, our budget is $200 a month is coming in, and we can predict that. That will help with how ambitious we get with planning. But your recurring donations, AIM is a 501c3, and so everything you give is tax deductible up to $250. So start from there, $25 a month, make it recurring. The summit that we've talked about, please get the tickets. Again, while it's for the event, it's also a fundraising drive for us. There's an option to do after-pay options, and so you don't have to have all of the value you get compared to the conferences you go for. It's not compared. We've done the summit free for 2 years, and everybody who's attended the summit knows, how are you guys doing this thing for free, right? We just need to be able to continue doing the work. And so please go ahead and get the tickets. And again, tell somebody you need to sign up for this. tell somebody, take the word and spread the word. We don't have a marketing budget. You are a marketing team. So go tell somebody about the work we do, and let's continue to do this. And lastly, I want to make sure I shout out all of the different leaders in the community that have supported AIM, especially since we announced this conference. Again, our senior our senior man is here, Mr. Adafe, the president of One Voice Africa. He has been so instrumental in is he president of One Voice Africa Global, not just Georgia. Mr. Adafe, he's a great man. Since I got connected to him, I chased him for 2 years. I ignored my calls and texts. But one day the Lord brought him into the same room with me. And like Jacob, I said, I will not let you go. I will not let you go until you bless me. But since we got connected, he has been such a blessing, such a resource, always willing to share. He'll call me like, hey, I need you to be in this room. And, the gift of access to do the work we do, we need people who have gone ahead. And so I want to say thank you, sir, for your leadership. I want to say thank you to all of the different communities, NAPAC, Georgia. They really promoted the events within their community. I reached out to the Eritrean leadership and they said yes to the events. Mr. Isaiah, I reached out to the Ethiopian community. They said, you know what, we appreciate what you're doing. I reached out to the Senegalese community and they said yes. They whether they showed up or not, they said yes. And I want to say thank you to all of these people. There's nothing like just having that belief or people saying, I believe in what you're doing. It's in alignment with our vision. So just thank you to all of those leaders for just believing and supporting. And I know we'll keep on building. And I want to say a big shout out to Mr. Saheed, man. To think that we've not known each other that long is crazy. I don't know how you've not been in my circle. I don't know how I'm just meeting you like 2 months now. But I threw a viral post on Instagram and we got to do something about this. And he's just a facilitator. He's like, what, something has to happen. I'm like, sure, let's do it. And we put together an event, 100 people attended virtually, over 100, students. And look at us now. So we're going to be doing a lot of work together. You already know that for a long time. And I'm very grateful that Faith connected us. I want to especially thank Carly and your team, for Oglethorpe University. I reached out to a lot of schools. You all are the ones that showed up. So, thank you so much for coming, for bringing our people, all of the students that came out. Again, just every yes means so much. I really appreciate all of you. And everybody who has been on this journey from the beginning. Mommy Lola, thank you so much. Everyone, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Olege, my brother. Thank you so much. Everybody who has come, who has said something, shared, it's thank you. Thank you for making this a success. The work just began. September is coming, but beyond the events and the programs, it's what we do with information. It's what we do with all of this. It's the steps we take. Somebody said great meetings don't make anybody great. Don't make great men. It's great decisions that do. And so what decision are you making today? And I'm very glad I had all of the steps that was, I'm going to attend that meeting. I'm going to show up. I hope somebody decide I'm going to donate to AIM. Amen. I'm going to get involved. I'm going to, it might not even be AIM. It might be your school board, HOA, all of those things. But it has to, we have to move from the sidelines to being players. Yes, we have this dual budget life that we have to live as immigrants. We have our budgets here, you have life here, you have your kids, and then you have everybody depending on you back home. And I'm not oblivious to the fact that we have to, it costs us more to live in America. Just really, if you have elder parents back home or uncles or any obligations your father had has been transferred to you, and so they make promises. Whose parents do that? Where they'll make promises and then it's on you to fulfill the promise. And you can't do anything about it because they'll remind you how they sold land to send you to America. So I know that those are the realities that we have to, navigate. But that's the more reason why we have to, we can't We can't let that be the reason why we don't get involved. Because like Mr. Saheed said, this is our country too. We too are, this is America. You are America, I am America, right? We are part of what makes this country great. If we do well in this nation, if this country thrives and we thrive in this country, it will flow back to our home countries. A thriving diaspora is going to be a thriving African continent, because the biggest foreign investment, the biggest investment into the continent is me and you. It's foreign remittance. It's all the Western Union we send. That's the biggest foreign dollars that goes into the continent. And so it's pertinent that we thrive and we do well. All right, so we've heard so many good things today. I'm not going to add to it, but just want to say thank you all so much for coming out. It's been great. Thank you to my family right there. It's my village people over there. It's my younger sister, my younger brother, my little brother, my baby brother. Thank you all so much for always coming. You can just count on family. I mean, you can threaten them too. So, so thank you all so much for everything. And please enjoy the rest of your evening. God bless you all, and see you all at the summit. See you all at the summit. Please stop before I have to do this. I need to shout out Stella. Can you please help me, George? We appreciate Stella. Oh boy, I can this work. We cannot do without. She's the brain behind the operations. As we're going out, just give her a hug for me and tell her we're proud of you. You are great.
You need to have a grand walk, a grand step in. Please give it up to Stella.
Yeah, everybody is. For the real MVP. The real MVP. She's great. It doesn't work without her. So thank you for being the brain behind operations, for being the organizer, for being my real life QA person. She sees what's wrong in 2 minutes. Like, she just knows. The spirit of excellence. That's how she carries. So thank you. Have a blessed evening, everyone. God bless you all.
So real quick, we're going to have a group picture on the outside.
Let's take pictures.
But as you're walking away from your table, if you could just help to clean up around you, that'll be appreciated. Okay, so as you're stepping out from your decks, just look at any empty bottle. You could help us just pick it up. Thank you. And of course, any leftover pamphlets or notebook, you could just bring it up, just drop it up towards the exit here. We'll pick it up from here. Thank you. Yeah. Trash that.